Hey everybody, ReefGrrl here, and welcome to ReefGrrl Live. I am so happy you could make it. The whole idea here is to have some fun, chat, get some questions answered, maybe show off what you're doing, and get to know each other a little bit better. So sit back, relax, grab a drink. The stream is about to begin.
Hi, everybody. I had to unmute my mic because I didn't do that first. I guess I'm getting out of practice a little bit. Welcome to everyone. I think it's a bit echoey in here, but hopefully it won't be too bad. Please let me know in the chat if it's too much, and there is something I can do over by the window here to deaden the sound a little bit. There's not much in here. It's the fish room, so it's pretty empty. So let's say hi to everyone who's here. There's Tony Close, UK Reef, who is here first. Hi, Tony. He has done, I guess, a small water change, 20 liters of water, and skimmer cup and filter saw clean. That's good. Great way to use that time while you're waiting. Hey, Benny's Aquarium. How's it going? And there's Marco, Mr. DKH. Welcome. Carlos 23. Hey, Carlos. My favorite Carlos. Diacanthus Reef is here. T40 Reefer is here. Hey, T40, I hope you're doing well. Broke Reef Man 45. Hi, Randall's Reef. Hello. There's Amanda Bassel. Hi, William Peace Jr. And Kimber Reefs is here. Hey, Kim. Hi, Alex G's Aquarium. Great to see you. Chase V Reefing is here. That's wonderful. Glad to see you, Chase. And Lynn Reef Nerd is here. Welcome, Lynn. You've been busy. Won't work with my phone. Tried to join the stream, for some reason won't work with my phone. Yeah, they say sometimes it's more difficult on a mobile, on a phone or a tablet, and I'm not sure whether that's iOS or if it's Android. I'm not really sure. So I hope you can keep trying. I don't know what to tell you other than they recommend a computer. I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, Johnny Martinez, and there's Phil Reefkeeper. Nice to see you. Oh, we've already got somebody in the waiting room here. 22 people watching. This is wonderful. Not a lot happened this week. I did get my stock tanks ordered for the sump area of the new tank, and they're going to arrive in about a week. So we've had the plumber here to look at hooking up a few things and talk to him a bit about using radiant heat with a mini water heater. So he can help us with that, with the fittings and things like that. And so, baby steps. Still haven't seen final drawings for my tank. And so that's not been ordered yet, but hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. Anyone else? Oh, there's Taryn's Little Ocean. Hey, Taryn, nice to see you. I'm having to look around my microphone thing. I didn't do a very good job locating it there. Hopefully that's better. Okay, well, let's bring in our guest who's waiting in the waiting room, and it's somebody I always love talking to. It's Reefing with O.
Uh-oh.
Oh, uh-oh.
Hi, good night. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm doing well.
Good.
Last couple of days, I think I've been joining a couple of streams, and they've been fun, so.
Yeah, you forget how much fun it is, right? How much we miss people that we used to interact with a lot.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. How are you doing?
Pretty good. We've reached that wall that you reach when you've opened and put away all the box stuff that makes you functional. So we're functional. So now we have to keep the momentum going to put away all the stuff that's just in boxes. And that doesn't usually happen until you go, I need that thing. Where is it? So yeah, it's a process.
I think the last time I moved was years ago, but I think it took us so long to unpack everything. I think by the time we needed some stuff, we ended up just buying new stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, well, we opened and repacked boxes when we were getting ready for this move that we had brought with us to that house in 2002 and never opened. So we opened them up, saw what was there, distributed some things, got rid of a few things. And I said, when we come here, I'm not doing that. I am opening every single box. Whatever's in it is either going to be put somewhere where we can see it or readily get to it, or it's getting out of here. So we'll see.
Were there any good stuff in those boxes?
There was a whole set of china that my late mother-in-law had been starting to collect. And we found out that my sister-in-law got part of that, and she was thrilled to get what we had because it was the part of the set that she didn't have.
Okay.
So it was really good to find that, and quite honestly, I forgot we even had it. So
Okay.
I'm really happy that she has it because she wanted it. So it's just too much stuff. It's crazy, and a lot with Will. So
good to hear.
There's Insane Reefer. Hello.
Insane Reefer. I think, is that the guy from New York? I'm terrible with these names. He's from New York, right?
I think Lexington, Kentucky. I think
Kentucky?
That's where he is. Oh, who else we got here? Chi-Town Reefer. Hello. Okay. Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
No, that's all right. I'm looking at the chat too. I see Carlos. I see ReefGrrl. I see Pappy Reefer.
Nice.
All right. I saw ReefGrrl say something about CJ. That's why I was looking, and I think I saw that on Instagram too.
Yeah. Hey, Pappy Reefer. Nice to see you. Well, here, let me show you a picture of my other hobby, which I'll show you the extent of it that has to be unpacked and loaded into shelves that I've got ready. Let's see if I can find it here. There it is on our front porch. All of those boxes have yarn in them.
Oh.
My other hobby is I'm a knitter. I design knit patterns, and I do have some that I've published. So all of that is full of yarn, and I will never, ever again have to buy any. I can practice my hobby as much as I want. I can knit myself silly, and I'll never have to buy yarn again for my retirement. Is
it an expensive hobby?
It's a very expensive hobby.
Oh man, so you have two expensive hobbies.
Yeah, it depends what your tastes are. And I got very used to using high quality fibers when I was doing the design work. So you your preference is for something that feels good to work with, as opposed to something that's more cheaply made and is difficult to work with because it feels like plastic and it's just harder to work with. So yeah, I'm looking forward to sorting it out, and I guarantee there's going to be stuff in there I completely forgot I had.
All right.
We'll see. How about you? What have you been up to lately?
Not much. Just home, kids in school. Might be moving soon, so still trying to decide how that's going to go. But with my kids with working and my kids being homeschooling, geez, that's been tough. That's just taken a lot of time. Yeah. I commend teachers for what they do.
Oh yeah.
Because teaching 12-year-old and 7-year-old, keeping them focused in school, making sure homework is done, prepping for tests, reading, all the stuff they used to do in school, they have to do it remote, and you have to be on top of them. So that's been a lot of time. So
would you move looking for a bit more space so that you can spend more time at home without being on top of each other? Like, is it?
Yes. You know what? I think just the pandemic has just, I live in New York City in an apartment. Mm-hmm. So I think the pandemic just like a lot of other people just realized that if you're going to I've worked remote for maybe 7 or 8 years now. But I think the pandemic, with everyone being home, I think everyone has rethought what home is. Since you're spending so much time now, you want more space, you want to be more comfortable. So I think, and I don't think I'm the only one that thinks, you were already in the process of moving before, but I think a lot of people are sort of thinking that way. I don't think a lot of people are abandoning. I've heard that people are abandoning the city. I don't think that's true per se, but I think it's time for me to, plus my kids are getting older, time for them to get more room now.
Yeah. So would you try and find a place in a suburb, or what would you look for?
Not sure yet, but I think it'll probably be it'll be a far move.
Yeah.
It'll be not the suburbs of New York City is probably going to be just as expensive as New York City.
Yeah, that's what we found in the small town we were in, is the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area. Well, you know the area. The real estate prices are super, super high, and people had already been starting to out-migrate to smaller areas like we are, because we have access to a major highway that leads there. But with the pandemic, now people are leaving the city to get that more space, to get a bigger house for less money. And it really impacted the real estate values where we live. They went up a lot. And so our timing was very, very lucky, because where we are now is an hour further away, but it's closer to our family, to our daughter and our grandson. And it's a decent sized town. It has everything. It has Home Hardware, which is a big hardware store, TSC, a farm supply store. It's got a Walmart right downtown. It's got Canadian Tire, which is another, all of those big stores in a small town. And we don't have to drive for half an hour somewhere else to get to them if we want them. And it's also got a good downtown. So it's the best of both worlds. So we're liking it a lot.
I love Canada. Everyone's so friendly, such a clean. I know when you travel, especially from New York, going from New York City to Toronto is such a stark difference. But so friendly, so honest too. I know my dad, I think before I was born, worked in Canada, and he used to always tell me stories about how he found it funny where, you would just, back then, you would just take the newspaper and put the money in like something, and it would be, that would just be how it is. And I found when the last time I was there a couple of years ago, like the subway wasn't working, and Toronto, whatever the service is that runs the subway at Bloor Street, they literally just put like a paper bag, and everyone who was walking by dropped their token and their money or their ticket in, and no one was trying to, coming from New York City where that happened, everyone would just like, I'm not paying, and just go through. That was just such a contrast to what I'm used to in New York City. So it was just amazing. It sounds like nothing. It probably is nothing to you, but coming from New York City, that was.
And I think it might have changed a little bit since then too. I don't know that there'd be quite the same level of trust as there used to be. This was
just this was 4 years ago. I'm 2 years at my new company, and then it was probably 2 years before that. So it's probably 4 years.
Yeah. Oh, that's good to hear. Oh, all
right.
Phil has a comment. Don't laugh.
Reef Keeper said Tennessee. I saw those barbecues. Yum. Trust me, Phil, not Tennessee.
Phil, learning to knit is not easy, and I'm left-handed, so it was not easy for me. And the problem is, people tell you how to do it. They don't allow you to figure it out for yourself. And if you figured it out for yourself, you wouldn't do it the same way as them, but you'd still accomplish the same result. So that's why I like reef keeping, because it's almost exactly the same. You might get there in a different route, but you ultimately have the same result if you do it your way. That's hilarious. Yeah, with my arthritis, I need to get back to it because I need the mobility. I need to keep my fingers moving because otherwise it's going to get harder and harder. So I'm hoping to get back to it over the winter once we've got everything settled in and my tank is here and I'm not living in a different place than where my reef is and I have some time with it. Yeah, and Taryn lives in small town Ontario too. Everyone knows everyone. That's very true. Oh, there's Sean's Fish Tanks. Hey, Sean's Fish Tanks. Nice to see you. Let's see. Okay. Well, we
All right.
also have Alex in the waiting room over here. Are you going to show us one of your tanks tonight, Seymour, or one or more?
All right. Let me. Man, you always put me on the spot. All right. Let me
This is
see what I
always
can.
true. Okay.
Let me see what I can do. I am going to mute for a bit and see if I can just set up my phone on the tank.
Okay. Hey, Alex. How are you doing?
Counting down the hours, minutes, seconds to my move. So,
is it still a week or a little more than a week?
3 days, 11 hours, 42 minutes, and 58 seconds.
That's hilarious. I remember when we started the 60-day countdown when it reached that point. And then I forgot all about it because we were at our daughter's. We were so busy, with just every daily life, with just getting through and, living with another family and all. It was, yeah. So until we did our inspection 1 week before, that's when it got real for us. So, yeah. So are you busy with a lot of other stuff that kind of uses up the time and makes it go by fast, or?
I wish I was. Well, we started packing up what little we have in our temporary home.
Yeah.
And pretty much got done with that in a short amount of time. Got a little more to do. And then I drained a garbage can of bleach water and rock out today. Because a lot of the last rocks that I pulled out of the old system when I was moving, I was pulling rocks out that I wasn't going to put in the temp tank and putting them into, taking them outside, letting them bleach out in the sun for a while. But I really don't have a place to do that at my townhome. So when I took the last load of rocks out that weren't going to fit, I was like, I can't have these stinking up the garage. So I had a garbage can I'd used previously for stuff, and I just threw it all in there and dumped a whole gallon of bleach in. And then I think about a month ago, I opened the lid and I was like, oh, apparently that wasn't enough bleach because there's still a lot in here. So
that I know that smell, that unique smell of rotting vegetation and bleach mixed together. Yeah, not very nice. I'm going to bring O's tank in here. Hey, Seymour, I'll just add your tank on.
Hi. I know that smell of rotting too. We all do. Hey, Alex, what's up?
Just one day at a time, getting closer and closer to my move.
Everyone's moving these days, right? A lot of us are moving or trying to.
I was fun this week too because I was like, I don't really have any Black Friday shopping to do or anything, and I think Wednesday last week I was online and I was just like, I'll go to like Bulk Reef Supply and see if they have anything going because I saw their videos coming up. Yeah, that was a poor choice on my behalf because I did make the purchase that day. So I could not pass it up though.
So what did you buy?
I'm actually in the process of.
I'll give you each one guess as to what you think I bought. It's a critical part of any aquarium system that you must have.
Return pump. You probably went with an Abyss return pump.
I bet you bought a fancy ATO.
I think guessed it right off the bat.
Yes.
That's because you're both equipment techie guys.
I,
Good for
I
you.
I figured that would be just, I remember your system, and I think that is the only part of your system where you either didn't build it or you weren't using like top level equipment. So that was my first guess.
Yeah, I got tired of changing
Awesome.
pump seals.
Yeah, because you had mentioned that you were getting a little tired of the seals, changing the seals on what brand is it you were using?
I had two reflow hammerheads, and I'd always have one as
Reflows,
a
yeah.
I'd always have one as a backup with a fresh seal in it. And I think
Yeah.
the last pump seal I swapped out, it was actually the first one that had started leaking, and it was only 6 months old, and I was like, really? So.
And
Yeah,
they're
you
pretty
don't need
noisy
that.
too.
Yeah, they do have a hum to them. You can't bypass that at all. So I just decided it was time to go and get in the biz. So
Good for you. Oh, hey, Fletcher Wright. Chimp the Reefer, Doctor of Welsh Magic. Okay. Yes, I'm trying to decide about a return pump for the new system, and not having the budget for an Abiz, even on sale. Because remember, I'm in Canada, so add another 30% plus another 10 or 15% gouge factor for the exchange. But I'm thinking one of the Deltec E-flows, possibly the 16, because it's rated for 550 to 700 and something. Actually, two. I'm going to have two that will be plumbed to separate returns, and so I've pretty much arrived at that decision unless something happens to change my mind.
So let me ask you something. I'm not. Don't you have any friends in America where you can maybe get your hands on Ecotech pumps? You know, at American pricing.
We can buy them here, and at one time when I was able to cross the border and get mail, I can buy all that stuff and have it shipped. But I don't know. I'd have to want an Ecotech pump. I'm not sure. That isn't a dig, but I'm not sure I have the confidence that some of you guys do, just based on the variability of both the product and the customer experience. Because I've heard both ends of the spectrum in both regards. So I don't know. German engineering versus
American engineering.
Or made in. Ooh, I just about knocked my drink off the table. I got to stop at this. Yeah, I don't know.
I've been using Ecotech equipment for probably as long as I've been in the hobby, 7 or so years. And
Yep.
I'm in New York. They're in Pennsylvania. So it's a 1-day turnaround. And I think my last interaction with them wasn't the A1 that I've come to expect, but it was during the pandemic. So it's not like I give them a pass. But I think the 10 times I've had interaction where they've done above and beyond, the last time doesn't kind of erase that. So I think for me, it's the support. Like, they're right here, they're close, usually get things done quickly. I think there's two companies. I have to say that there's two companies, Tunes and Ecotech, where if I get a new product and let's say something is missing, like, I won't return it. I'll use it and then contact the company and then say, hey, something's missing. Can you send me that part? Because that's happened to me before. So that's how much, you buy anything else and something is missing out the box. You send the entire thing back because you want that new, but that's how much I trust those companies where, so, but I've heard mixed stories from people, but I trust Ecotech.
Yeah, that's good. And Tunza, I would definitely go with. I have a couple of their 60-15 power heads. I've got a 60-20 and a 60-40, and I have the 3155, the Nano ATO on Mollywood, and I like all of them. Although I have to say that 3155 has a weakness, and that is when you have those little limpet snails. Yeah, the sensor gets blocked up, and you really have to watch it, especially in an all-in-one tank with a return chamber that only holds about a half a gallon of water. Because man, that thing can empty out pretty fast before you realize it.
I'm looking for my tinfoil hat because I literally just had that experience. Like this week, I actually just got the Coral View Hydros, and one of the reasons I got the ATO with it is because that same ATO that happened to me and almost burned my pump like a little snail, prevented the float switch from going down, and yeah, so it almost burned the pump. So with the Hydros, it's an optical sensor. So
yeah. Well, this is it, and I think I have the 3152 actually. It's the 3155 that has the additional optical sensor. If I'm just getting the numbers wrong, but I've developed an ear for the sound of the trickle. And if I can hear the trickle going from the chamber the skimmer's in, hitting the water in the return chamber, I know it's dropping too far. And that's when if I'm walking by it and I hear that particular noise, get my little stool, I stand up there and I look in and, wiggle the sensor around, and usually it starts going again. So it is not one of those things you can just ignore and rely on with that type of sensor. You always have to be aware that it could end up having a problem. Oh, somebody else snuck in here. Sean's fish tanks. By the way, that is looking beautiful. Look at those fish.
All right, let me give you a walkthrough quickly.
Okay.
Just one thing, Alex. My project I am working on now in preparation of any potential move, I've started to make an inventory of all the pieces of equipment I have. And by gosh, I didn't realize how much stuff I have. Like I went to my storage locker and just looked at the stuff I have, and I have Red Dragon return pumps. I just have so much stuff that I had no idea I had. So I'm going to have to sell some stuff potentially. All right. So can you guys still hear me?
Yep. We got you.
All right. So it looks way bigger than it is, but this is my Red Sea Reefer 350. It's a 4-foot tank. And I don't remember if the last time I was on your stream, I was in the process of this, but I think a couple months ago, maybe 4 months ago, I completely revamped everything where I redid the rocks, redid the scape. So I went pretty much mostly SPS dominant. So this is kind of the Euphelia section of the tank, which is of course my wife's little corner where you have hammers, torches, and then the rest of it is I've redone the rockscape to allow more flow. So this is the SPS section. So everything was a little bit closed up because I turned the lights back on, but I redid my rockscape, turned up my flow a ton. I think one thing I regret is I started beer bottom when I redid the scape, and then at some point I put sand back in, but I think I'm regretting that now because stuff is just blowing everywhere. Sand is blowing everywhere. You can't see it, but there's a lot of sand blowing around. But
the fish look like they're enjoying that flow.
Yes. My 4.5-inch NASO, which is too big for this tank, and it needs to be rehomed soon. And then my Pride and Joy, my gem tank that I got for Father's Day last year, that no matter where I go, he's coming with me.
Beautiful.
Mismatched clownfish.
I like that SBS section. That'll grow out real nice.
Yep. So I got these frags from a couple of places. I know if Phil is watching, he sent me a Space Invader, and I love that. I put a piece in my Nano, but I'm loving that Space Invader. It's growing well. Some of these frags I got from Acro Breeder. So I got them mostly from 3 places. I got from Aqua SD, Acro Breeder, and Carlos. I think I met up with Carlos last year, and there's still frags I got from Carlos. And one of the good things I did is when I got frags, I cut I frag them up and put one frag in my nano and one in the big tank. So, when my big tank went, when I was in the process of redoing it, when things went bad, I still had frags in the nano to kind of bring back over. But I'm pretty happy with where everything is. A few weeks ago, I had some weird slime algae in my connected nano tank, in my connected NEM tank. And I used Fluco and a bunch of things to try to get rid of it. And it pretty much pissed off a lot of my Montipora. So you can see a digitata somewhere here that, has some skin that's, that came off, but it's regrowing nice. You can see another Monty there that's a little miscolored. Here's one where the polyps aren't out, and you can see that's a green Monty with red polyps. That's a red Monty that has multiple colors that's regrowing its color. And then there is another green with red polyps in the back that you can see, just the top is a little faded. But that treatment only affected my Monties. Everything else is, didn't skip a beat.
Oh, looks nice. Oh,
Right. Lighting wise, just Radeon Gen 5s, and I added two ReefGrrl strips. And, my filtration, pretty much the same thing. My vector return pumps, I have a, mini Bubble King skimmer. That's my PEX Vellum reactor that actually I am going to remove that because my nutrients are so low. I think between my Clarisy skimmer and the fact that I do monthly water changes, I just think I don't think the PEX Vellum is needed.
Oh, more people have joined in. Hey, Cue Balls Reef. Nice to see you. And the 180 is cycling. Woo! And look who it is. CJ's Aquariums. Happy holidays, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. Hey, CJ. Hope you're staying safe with that bike you got there. ATF in the house is here. Cool.
And the one major change I've made in the last couple of months, I've gone back to 2-part because I was using a calcium reactor. And I think once it got to, winter here in the Northeast and I had to close my windows, I think my pH just got so low that, yeah.
Yeah.
So how low did it go?
7.6. Because it had gotten to the point where I've only been using the 2-part for about 3 weeks. It had gotten to the point where, I had to dose 25 mils a minute in order to keep up. And my pH got to 7.6 at night and it was only getting up to about 7.8 during the day. And the day I went to 2-part, it started going to 8.2, 8.1, and I'd never looked back.
Yeah, that's a tough thing there, and that pH is dipping down that low.
I'm afraid to check mine because it's in an interior room. I had that issue with the fish and I attributed it to oxygen. And I don't want to check the pH and then suddenly go, oh, damn, now what am I going to do? And have it weighing on my mind. Everything looks good. So if I can get that stuff out of there in the next month or so, by the time I get my stock tank sump up and running, then I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope it all just stays good. The stuff's holding its own. So, yeah.
Wait, if it makes you feel any better, I haven't tested pH since I've moved.
Wow.
It's one of those things where just too much data just maybe weighs on my mind. I definitely see a difference in growth. Because I have a Trident, you can pretty much tell the difference in consumption or how the alkalinity swings with the difference in pH. So I think it makes a difference. I think it'll make a difference. I see a difference in small frags. So I'm willing to, make that move when the frags are small. If they grow 20, 30% faster, which that's just a number I'm throwing out. I don't have any proof. But if you can get a little frags to grow 20-30% faster because of higher pH, then I'll do it.
My tank that I dismantled was at its peak when I took it apart, and the pH was regularly sitting at 8.3, 8.4 during the day. And until I attribute that, honestly, you're going to laugh, I think it's the Aquachar that did that. Whatever that stuff does, I don't know, but I had several things going on. I've done videos on all of it. But doing all of those things together, it finally achieved that. And the growth was just exploding in there. And so I believe it does make a difference. I don't think you can't have success without high pH. Like, I think 7.8, as long as it's stable, will give you something. But I watched it with my own eyes. Every little point I got the pH to go up slowly but surely, I saw improvements. So we'll see if that happens with the new build, whether it's evident like that.
On those old Reef Central and Reef to Reef tank of the month, a lot of times those pH were 7.8, 7.9.
Yeah.
So and I think it's a thing that, like the town, we have winters. That's only a thing we struggle with a part of the year. Because in the summer, when my windows are open and I'm running maybe a AC, which is bringing air in constantly, I don't think it's anything I worry about. I don't worry about it. It's only, I was running the calcium reactor all summer and there was no issue. It's only when it got to winter that, and I started closing the windows, then it became an issue. But I think, there's a large portion of the country that doesn't have insulated homes. They don't have to worry about pH at all.
Well, have you ever used CO2 scrubber at all, or any of that stuff? Because I'm thinking in the wintertime, maybe that's when something like that would come in handy. Because I really believe in the winter, it's the CO2 accumulation that does contribute to that, obviously, because we're not getting that fresh air exchange.
I have, but it was just, I think it's 4 of us here breathing all that CO2 or releasing all that CO2. So my media actually I ended up changing it I think when I looked at it, I had to change the canister like maybe every 7 or 8 days. And even though I found somewhere at the time, my goal at the time was to automate everything. That's when I was trying to do a Triton method so I wouldn't have to touch the tank. So I was looking into automating everything. And I think it was just going to be like an additional cost. And then I realized that the tank is pretty much next to a window. So I literally just, ran like tubing out the window, which achieved, pretty close to the same result.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting more people. Hey, Kaler's Aquatics. And good night, CJ. I don't know if you're still listening, but thanks for stopping by. And everybody wants to see you back. Come on, man. I understand how busy life gets. And, hopefully we'll see something coming back. It's the videos. Miss the videos. Who else is here? Oh, Sean's fish tanks. Yeah, sorry about that, Sean. I did see you there, and then you dropped off. His Wi-Fi wasn't working, and he says that pH is what makes his sticks grow. So, yeah, I can believe it.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun challenge in my new place once I get in.
Yeah.
Is it a bigger place, Alex?
So our old house was about 1,800 square feet roughly. And the new place is 1,947. So it's a little bit bigger square footage wise, but the basement, because it's a ranch style house, the basement is 1,947 square feet. And that's my playground. So
yeah, we have the same thing.
The new basement or the old basement is 1,900?
The new basement, and about 2/3 of it's finished, and that's where the display is going to go. The utility space is all going to be split up for fish room, frag tank stuff, probably, and a little bit of storage.
Yeah. Oh, there's Chase V reefing. What did I bring in here?
You can drop out my tank if you need. I don't know how
No.
extreme.
We can do 10 people now.
What?
10 people. They changed it, so I don't know how I would handle it and the chat, but you know, I'm gonna add Chase V. Here he is. Hey Chase, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How's it going?
Good.
Hey,
So this
Chase.
is the 250.
Yeah, there it is.
So what did you do this week with it? It looks like you added a bunch of coral.
Yeah, I've just been slowly moving some stuff over, just mostly LPS. So I got a bunch of my Lobos and ACANs over here. Just getting them over and getting them settled. I'll probably, I got to decide where to move them all.
That is a huge collection. Did you have that in a previous tank? Because you said moving them over.
Yeah. Oh, I had. I just broke down a 125 gallon, and I have this 250 that I just put up, and so the last couple weeks ago is kind of when I did that transfer, and so yeah, that's been an exciting thing for me right now.
I have to say,
what's the front to back dimension on that tank? Is it 30 or 36?
Yeah, it's 6 by 3 foot. So
Nice.
Yeah.
Diacanthus Reef wants a mad scientist laugh from Alex because he could see the glint in your eye when you said my playground. Yeah, exactly. It's hilarious.
all right.
Oh, here we go. Cue Balls Reef. On this week's episode of Don't Tell My Wife, running an airline through the wall to my skimmer keeps my pH at 8.1 year round.
I was in the process of drilling my window and my wife caught me. So I ended up just having to put some PVC and then add some insulation so the window couldn't close and pinch the line. So that was kind of my, my wife caught me when I was trying to go through the wood part of the window. So
now there's a simple solution to that. Just open the window up a bit. She's not watching, is she?
Nope.
Open the window up, get a ball peen hammer out, and just whack that window from the outside. Like, somebody must have thrown a rock or something and broke our window. Oh darn! I guess I'll replace this part with acrylic and drill an airline hole through it.
You sound like you've done that before.
I have no idea I'd never do something like that.
Ever. Well, we drilled right through the window frame in our last house for my fish room. And that was a 1/2-inch hole starting on the inside window trim, going all the way through to the outside. And it was relatively easy to fix, though, just some wood filler on the inside and a piece of like a metal plug and some silicone on the outside. And once it was painted, it you couldn't even see it. ATF in the house asking how old this reef is. It's only a couple weeks, right?
This part of the system, but it's plugged into my old system. So I'm gonna cover this up better. Don't judge me right now.
No, never.
But this so 2 drains, 1 return, and it plugs into the rest of my system, which is back here.
Hey, Chase, have you ever had an engineer goby before?
I've had this one for about 2 years, but this is the only one I've had.
Let's say those things Those things are like a bane of my existence. They just dig way too much.
Are the engineered gobies those long, like black one with patterns on them?
Yeah.
Black and yellow, yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of, yeah. So I've had him for about 2 years. He's right there. He started out he dug a cave. So I put all the rock down first, and then I put the sand down. And everything's stable. But he dug a huge cave under this big rock I have back here. And then I got this other fish that likes to go under there. And so then he moved up to this area here. And he dug a cave under there. So he does dig, but I don't know. He's never bothered too much in my tank. But what experience have you had, Alex?
Oh, I've just seen them make like small sand mountains where they like take all the sand in the tank and basically pile it up into a giant mountain.
Oh, wow.
And sometimes right on top of your corals. So, hey, if you're having that experience, awesome.
I'll keep an eye out. That would be pretty awful.
Yeah, where did that acan go? Oh, there's a little mountain.
Yeah, it's buried under 6 inches of sand.
Oh, hi, acro breeder.
There is that's a nice collection of Lobos. I don't think I've seen a collection like that outside of, like an LFS, but yeah.
Oh,
Do they attack each other, Chase?
It's definitely my favorite coral type.
Very beautiful. Do they attack each other?
Yeah, I've had different ones cause damage to each other. I never try to put them too close, and kind of like what I was saying, some of them have a little different morphology to them. Like this one, for example. Right now, it only has one central mouth, but I don't know if it's going to kind of section other pieces off and create more mouths. That's usually what happens. Like with some of these other ones, that's what's happened. And that's kind of just how they grow. But I don't know if they're all exactly the same species, and therefore I think they do have some kind of bad reaction to each other. But I don't give them enough space. All of these are at least 2 or 3 inches apart from each other. So I've had ones. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
How much flow do you have them on?
These aren't getting a ton of flow right now. I have the 2 gyre pumps right there. They cycle up and down from low to high. And so I can see the tissue kind of on this side of the tank because the gyre's blowing in this direction and kind of down and back. The tissue kind of pulls a little bit on this side of the Lobos, but it doesn't look like it's straining them or anything. I mean, you can see the acan's just getting gentle movement.
That green and purple is amazing.
Yeah. Thank you. This one got stung by a chalice, so I've seen them just go up in smoke. Luckily, this one seems like it's recovering. So hopeful about that one because that one's pretty vibrant.
Nice collection. I've tried Lobos and just never did anything for me. Like I would have them and they would, even if they are puffy, they just would never grow additional. But that could have been just me. Yeah,
they definitely take time. I mean, I've had most of these at least 2 or 3 years. So,
ooh.
They, like for example, this orange one here in the middle, this one's probably only doubled in size in growth since I've got it. Maybe 2.5 times bigger than when I got it, but I've had it for several years.
Okay. So they're slow growers.
Yeah.
Hey, Chase, do you have any idea what the par might be? Where you've got the Lobos? Cue Balls Reef is asking.
I haven't had a chance to measure the par in this tank. My LFS usually just lets me borrow his apogee. But that's just right now. That's just an XR15. I do run it on 100% power during the day, and it cycles on it does a typical ramping up and down schedule for about 12 hours. And then I have these LED bars on the outside border of the canopy, and those run about 8 hours a day. So I don't know what the total wattage would be there in this little area of the tank, but I mean, that light is projecting over about a third of the tank, the XR15. I only have 3 of them. So it's not an incredible amount of light right now. I plan to kind of expand on that. I've got a couple more of the light bars I'm going to add to the canopy to fill it out a little better.
It looks really nice.
Yeah, I'm amazed you got that much light. Just 3 XR15s on a 200. I know the par numbers might not be high, but I'm just looking at the coverage, and I probably would have expected more dim spots with.
They're mounted up pretty. How high are those off the water, though?
Right now, they're still high. I haven't lowered the canopy because I'm still working in the tank a lot. So, gosh, if I had to estimate, I would say between 14 and 18 inches off the water.
Okay.
So I generally do like just more spread, and even if it's a little on the par lower end, like if the bottom's getting like 100 to 150 and the top's getting like 200, 250, I find as long as the lights spread out really nicely, I've had good results with that. But the other thing too is I've just moved them over to this, so I didn't want to blast them with a bunch of light right off the bat. So I figured I could always add if I needed to.
So hey Chase, ATF in the house is starting with some Lobos in Bower Banky. Do they behave and grow the same? Bower Banky, that's a type of acan, is it not? Or is it its own species now?
To my knowledge, what it looks like to me, it's like a large polyped acan. I don't know the species, what it's most closely related to. But if you looked at it and just saw it, you'd be like, oh, that kind of looks like a big acan polyp or something like that. Or even like a small scolemia polyp. It kind of has that smooth texture to it. But I haven't had too many of them personally in my tank. I lost one about a year ago, a Bower Banky, and I'm not sure. I can't remember why. And I haven't had one since, so I don't have too much experience with that.
I've always noticed with the Lobos that they have a meandering mouth surface where, like you pointed out, the one that just had doubled, or the other one that you were looking at where you thought it might develop more mouths. And that's like in a valley where there's that flat surface where all the mouths are, and it's usually a different color than the part that goes up and over the walls. Mm-hmm. Whereas with acans, they're generally around like a circular shape with one mouth in the center. So where Lobos,
yeah, that's a good point.
Like they have a meandering valley where all that connects all the mouths to each other. It's all the same surface. It's just really convoluted. And then the walls on either side of that valley form these colored ridges that we see. But acans and Bower Banky being the large form, each mouth has its own ring of mountains around it.
Yeah.
That makes any sense. I should break out the Corals of the World book. It's
that's a good description.
Sitting right beside the desk here, but I don't think I could even lift it right now. So this might be a good question for you, Chase, or maybe this question will be answered because you now have the bigger tank. If you've got a bunch of really nice coral in your frag tanks and you want to put it in the display, and either can't pull the trigger or no space. Have you had that problem where you just can't make the decision to move the stuff?
Personally, I find it hard to make any major change to a coral. So moving it and changing I mean, if you're moving it from one tank to another, you're simultaneously changing at least the flow and the lighting to some degree. And most of the time, the water chemistry, if the systems aren't linked, my systems are all connected into one sump, so the water is all the same. So that is an advantage, I think, that you can try to use. But the other two, you only have so much control over. But you just try to do your best. I definitely stressed about that. Like, I was like, well, when I take everything out of the display and frag it and put it into the frag tank, there's no way it's going to do as well. And I've had, most of my problems have been around just not having as many animals to take care of, like problematic algae and stuff. So I just have had to do more maintenance in the frag tank. But actually, the frags have done okay moving them, and then I've had the same anxiety moving the frags to this tank. But the couple of SPS colonies I have moved have looked a little better. So I don't know. I just think sometimes you just got to keep moving forward. But I've definitely taken precautions. Like when I do move stuff, I think somebody just said this a little earlier on the stream, like you can have another frag and just leave it in the frag tank. That's typically what I do. And then move something into the display. So I think Reefing with O was saying that. So I have some, stuff like that. But
Lynn Reef Nerd said it's called hoarding.
Yeah.
Oh, and ATF also is asking about fox corals. Have any of you guys have or had a fox coral at any point?
Nope.
Been a long time since I've had one. They are nice though.
Yeah, here I will do this again.
Say, don't you have one, Cindy?
I do, and if you look at, I'll make myself full screen. This one, where's my finger? Right behind me, the purple, that's a fox coral. And yes, it's a Euphilia, a Pleurogyra. And I think this particular one is, there are a couple of different types, and this particular one is one of the less common types. And I have to frag it because the way the skeleton grows is sinuous like this. And what starts to happen is it starts to curve and then it falls in on itself. And no matter what you do, you can't set it upright. So I either need to mount it on something when I put it in the new tank, or I need to frag it so that, because now parts of it are damaged because they're lying on the sand and I have no way of holding it upright. So when I frag it, this is all to say, when I frag it, I may cut off a small piece of the skeleton so that I can look at the structure of the skeleton, because that's the only way you can tell which specific species it is. But it's very easy care. It seems to be very forgiving. I've had this one for over 3 years now, and it's been through all of the crashes. It gets a little bit gray looking and then it comes right back, and it doesn't need a lot of light. It benefits from decent flow like most Euphilia, and it's not aggressive. So the color on it is a beautiful, beautiful purpley blue with almost a light turquoise or aqua surface around the mouth, around the mouths, because it also is a series of mouths that travel around the skeleton as it grows. And when I got it, it was about a 2-inch piece of skeleton with the polyp on it. And it had, I think, 2 mouths at the time. And now I think if I stretched that skeleton out, it would be about 1 foot long.
Ooh.
It's about the size of a cabbage when it's all out in full and happy. And that's in 3 years. So it's grown quite a lot. And I think it's beautiful. So yeah, but it's not easy to find, or at least it hasn't been recently. For a while, there were a couple places that had quite a few frags, and then they just kind of disappeared. Oh,
I've
yeah,
only ever seen one in person at a store, and it wasn't in great shape. And then I know about yours. I don't know about anyone else having a fox squirrel.
yeah. I'm trying to think
Yeah.
of who had a huge one. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was you, Alex. At one time I thought it might have been Fish of Hex, but somebody had a huge mound in their tank. No, I know who it was. I think it was Scott Anderson, Mile
Oh,
High.
that might be right. Yeah.
I, I think he had a fox coral, and I don't know that he ever talked about it much, or I don't know. Maybe he had had it so long he didn't really. Because you know how you have something so long you take it for granted, and you always look at it, you go, "Oh man, that thing's beautiful," but you don't think it's anything special because you've had it for so long, you know. Yeah, unless you get to the point where a reef keeper is at, Phil, where he has corals that are, as old as my child, getting to be 30 years old.
I know I think he said to me one time that he's had a tank that's been up for 20 plus years, which I find, which I find amazing.
Yeah, including the clownfish. I wonder if we could get Phil to come in one night since he's on the West Coast and he probably still has lights on in his tank. Hint, hint. No,
That's it's a nice setup though, Chase. I probably gonna borrow some stuff from you when I inevitably move and
I think so.
set up a bigger tank.
So, Chase, you're in New Mexico, right?
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
so there you go, Seymour. You can maybe find somewhere partway along there.
New Mexico. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be here or down south somewhere. Not
So
Tennessee, as someone said earlier.
So are you going to move somewhere closer to family or
No,
work? Or?
just looking for somewhere. Just a fresh start, probably beach close by. No.
Ooh, the frag tank.
Yeah, I wish it was a little bit better cleaned up. A lot of the frags need to be cleaned. I haven't messed with them in a few weeks, so. But
Oh, what's the little orange fish? Is that an anthias?
oh, that's a molly.
Oh, is it? I haven't been able to have good luck with orange mollies. The black ones and the white ones do well.
I've got
Nice.
the two orange ones in here.
Oh, and Johnny Martinez, I did see your question earlier about do the mollies have a special job? Yeah, essentially it's to eat algae, and they're very good at it.
Yeah, they pick at it all day.
Yeah, I've seen Dave Nanotanks just acclimate a bunch and have them in his display, and immediately you just went for algae.
Yeah.
They look like they ate more algae than his tangs.
Well, he's the one who started calling them nano tangs. That was his name that he came up with.
What did you just do to that gyre? Did you just push it down in the water some more, or?
No, that was the return nozzle. The gyre I just turned off for a second.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is kind of, excuse the algae, guys. I mean, it is what it is.
We won't judge you. Come on.
Yeah, this is just, I like this tank a lot because I can just look at stuff closely. Like this Lobo needs a lot of it. Sorry about the shadow. This Lobo needs a lot of attention because it had a problem with the polyp on the back. So I just keep a little closer eye on it. I haven't moved it over yet. This chalice kills everything. So I'm just leaving it right there.
What kind of chalice is it? Like, does it have a name or what color is it?
I can't remember what the name of it is or if they just gave it a name, but it is really, it's really beautiful. It has a green border there, And when the lights are a little different, it really has some pinks and purples and teals in it. So it's pretty cool.
Nice.
But
Oh, hey, Calypso's Reef. Welcome.
It has really long sweepers, and really does some damage on stuff. So,
hey, do you guys feel like chalices? I mean, they're all called chalices, right? And we know that there are subspecies, but there are certain ones that have ridiculous sweepers versus others that really have hardly anything. Like I on my gold chalice, for example, the only tentacles I've ever seen on it were about an inch long. And yet others, the mycelium that I have, is like 6 or 7 inches, and the pectinia, the Space Invader, is ridiculous.
yeah, I don't know exactly what that is. I know this one right here, it has a lot puffier tissue than all my other chalice species. So, I mean, it might even be something different. Who knows? But I know the tissue seems to come up a few more millimeters off of the skeleton than, for example, like these kind of Easter egg looking ones. Those are pretty, the tissue stays pretty tight to the skeleton, even on like the mummy eye. But this one, it has really puffy tissue, and then it has those long sweepers. So I don't know exactly what that is, or if that it might be a slightly different species of some sort, or what do you guys think?
Yeah, certain types of encrusting chalices that the pattern on them is like rows of little dots. So it'll be like a bright yellow on a dark background, and they form like lines that go across the surface. Those ones, when you puff water at them with like a turkey baster, the tissue doesn't move. But on the mycelium that I have, it's like you described it. It gets really puffy. So when you fluff water at that one, you can actually see depressions in the tissue. You can see it moving. So I should look into that in the Viron books and see if it describes that sort of thing. It's mainly about skeleton and identification. There isn't a lot of stuff that is really useful as a hobbyist. No common names and all that kind of thing. So
I tend to stay away from chalices. I think here, the group of us that's here, and Dave, Billy, we all used to pass around this Hollywood Stunner chalice, and that thing was aggressive. And it got to the point where we tried to give it away to each other, and no one wanted it. And I tended to stay away from chalices after that. I have a nice piece. I don't know what it's called that Lynn ReefGrrl gave to me, and I mounted it. It's at the front of the tank away from everything else, and it's doing well. I haven't treated it well in the year plus that I've had it, but now it's growing well. But I tended to stay away from chalice because I don't know if it's that Hollywood Stunner. It was, man, the polyps. I came out one night and saw like a 6-inch tentacle coming from that thing. And I don't understand where that retracted to at night.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I'd never really gotten into chalices before, so I think I had one piece of Hollywood Stunner, and I remember it had long sweepers, and I was just like, well, this is going to be an issue when it gets big, but then it died in a coral crash.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I think the Hollywood Stunner was one of the first chalices that was widely available because the thing grows so fast, easy to propagate, looks cool, like it's beautiful. And if you're a beginner and you don't know any better, you'd think, wow, great, until you see what it does.
Yeah, and you just see corals dying and you don't know. But if you at night, like I just happened to be walking by the tank one night and just noticed like a huge tentacles. And I'm like, what's that? Is that some kind of worm? And I realized it was the Hollywood Stunner. Just so stuff could have been dying. And stuff could have been dying and I didn't. That was probably stinging it, and I didn't put 2 and 2 together. But then I remember I tried to offer a piece back to Dave or to Billy or someone, and they were like, I don't want that thing. That thing's aggressive as heck. So, yeah, it was always like a running joke. It'd be like, "Hey, you want some Hollywood Stunner?" And everyone would be like, "Nope, no thanks."
Oh yeah.
Yeah. ATF in the house said it's called Stunner for a reason, but I thought that was its look, not because of the tentacles. But that's interesting. I didn't think about that.
And the other thing I was thinking about was, if you remember the one that Dave had at the back of his tank, how fast that thing grew and how massive it got. Just imagine all the resources that it took out of the water to get that growth. And in turn, we're looking at it like it's going to be the only thing in the tank before long. So it's really an example of a poor use of resources to have one of those things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you give it enough, if you let nature take its course, it would probably end up being the only coral in a tank. I can see that.
Yeah.
I don't think there's maybe a Galaxia coral is more aggressive, a sting, but the Galaxia, I think a Galaxia, and it'd be interesting to have those two fight it out and see who's more aggressive, because the Galaxia has a pretty potent sting, and it can have a long sweeper tentacle too. Yeah. So that would be an interesting fight.
Yeah. Or what about this? Who would win in a fight between a Hollywood Stunner and a bubble tip anemone? You got a whole series of those things, right? Well, if you could
sounds like a channel in itself called Coral Wars or something.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be great. Have a tank specifically set up to rotate various corals through and let them fight it out. That's an idea, Alex. Well, would you believe it? Leptocerus has tentacles that get up to 3 inches long.
Wow.
And how I discovered this was that my pagoda coral, back in April, before I started moving my reef tank, was getting killed along one edge. It was dying back, and I thought it was because the Leptocerus was growing too close to it. But I looked in at night, and I have a short clip of it in the video that I'm working on about moving the reef, and that Leptocerus was actually stinging it with tentacles that were 2 to 3 inches long. And in the flow in that area, they couldn't get a strong hold on the pagoda because it was pretty strong right there. But they were actually killing the polyps all along the edge. And Chase, you've got that big cup coral, the pagoda, in your tank. Mm-hmm. You know the size of those corallites, like they're about the size of a pencil eraser.
Oh yeah.
In that particular species, and they were just getting wiped out. And so I got this video one night of the Leptocerus doing this. And so I pulled the pagoda out of there, and now it's doing fine because it's in a better spot. But I wouldn't have thought that. So, I mean, jack-o'-lantern, that's a Leptocerus. There's a whole bunch of different varieties with, green goblin and Jack Frost and all kinds of stuff.
I had one of the frostbite ones that it was on the rock really close to my sea anemones that the clownfish were in. And at night, the leading edge of that lepto would always have long sweepers out to feed the sea anemones.
And it's just that edge, right? Because the rest of the encrusted, it's encrusted over a huge area. The rest of it looked normal. Just that edge had those sweepers out. Interesting. Now everybody's taking bets. I put my money on the Hollywood.
I got one for you. How about Hollywood Stunner versus Home Wrecker versus Bounce Mushroom? Anyone up to do that?
Home Wrecker? A Home Wrecker Acropora, you mean?
Yeah, versus a Hollywood Stunner. You wanted to go for that?
Oh, I see. Who's going to sacrifice the
expensive fight?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I see where you're coming from. That would be an expensive channel. It would be cool, but that would be an expensive fight.
Yeah, you'd have to get Worldwide to sponsor you or something.
Yeah,
but you can always
go ahead.
Go ahead, O.
No, I was gonna say, but you could put two acros against each other. Just put them on discs, and just have them grow into each other and see who wins.
Mhm.
I think we all do that to some extent. Well, Alex did that to some extent. If his tank had kept going, we would have definitely had some fights that.
Just
Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
wait, it's gonna happen in the next tank.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the little old fuzzy, cute little Pocillopora, those polyps can get up to half an inch long. I saw that in the molly breeder tank that I had set up in my kitchen when I was first starting up the Red Sea tank, because I had a bunch of frags from the cube that I needed somewhere to put. So I put them in the tank where I was breeding the mollies. And some of them were on a little frag rack and others were on the bottom of the tank. And I put some bird's nest nearby. Well, the power head that I had in there pushed everything together. And because they were on little tiles, they stayed far enough apart that they weren't actually touching. But the Pocillopora put its polyps out half an inch and fastened on to the bird's nest. I couldn't believe it when I
Wow.
saw it. I do have video of that somewhere.
Do you
I have
think when the corals are close to each other that they kind of detect chemically, and that's when the defenses come out?
I bet they do.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's territorial.
Yeah, I've
Change
seen that with the
systematic.
lobos. I think they like start to send out their mesenteric filaments a little more aggressively when you put something close by, because then all of a sudden I start noticing, like when I started during the transfer, I had to pack some more corals on the sand, and I did notice that when I put corals closer to the lobos, I seem to see more filaments at night than I'd ever seen before. So you might be onto something with that.
Interesting. Another experiment. Add that to the moonlight. Well, look
Yeah.
who it is. Hey, Billy Pipes. Welcome. Yeah. So, Alex, do you have an aquascape all planned out for your new tank, or have you getting more rock, or what's going to happen with that?
Well, I'll say after watching all the negative space aquascaping videos out there, I know BRS had a good one, and I sat there and watched it, and I just the whole time going, I'm like, I got like 800 pounds of rock, not my branching stuff, but just mined rock, and I'm just sitting there going, I cemented a lot of it together. In my reef tank, I really didn't have a lot of caves and stuff in there because it was just chunks of rock. And after watching that, I'm like, between the added benefits of flow going through like I had the rest of my branching rock, I thought too on my big tank where I had some massive rock structures. And I'm like, I had smashed those rocks up. I could have really made some cool stuff. So I'm going to go that way. I am going to I'm going to take the idea that Coral Euphoria uses for the frag plugs that he uses with the fiberglass rods, and I'm going to drill all the rocks so that I could pop stuff in and out a little easier. Because it really was annoying in my last tank. I had a lot of stuff that would fall off or get knocked off, and I think this time around it's going to be everything goes in the frag tank, everything grows out and crust, gets put on a couple plugs, and then once that's done, then they'll go into the big tank.
Yeah, Lynn Reef Nerd is saying she wishes they wouldn't call it NSA. In a way, I was thinking about this because I remember CJ when he did I can't remember which tank it was. Was it the 45? The JBJ? When he set up his rocks with certain shapes that were where there was nothing there, right? So you look at the rocks and you see this beautiful negative space and the rock and whatever. Well, that's going to go away when you start filling it in with coral. So in a way, it shows you where your coral's going to be in some regards, but in other ways, it's like if you go to all the effort of creating that visual and then you fill it in, so like is there a reason for that? You know,
I was watching Reef Bum, and he tends to just pile. He gets live rock, so he doesn't do like a crazy aquascape, because his thing is, in a couple of years you're not going to see the aquascape anyway. It's just going to be covered.
Yeah.
But I have to say, like, obviously my tank isn't grown out, but I have to say you just get better flow when pretty much every tank I've had before this has been boulders. So when I bought new rock for this tank, I basically hammered everything into little pieces, and then got like three big, big things of the BRS glue with the accelerator, and just, my lights are off, but everything I smashed down to, with the exception of a few flat pieces, everything I smashed down to just a few tiny rubble, and just glued piece by piece by piece. Sometimes I didn't like it. It took us a couple of days, but everything was pieced together, and I liked that better, and I got way better flow. Because now I just have two power heads on one side pushing across, the flow comes back. It's just, you get better flow. So even if it's filled in, I think you just get better flow rather than having, but I do like at least one sort of boulder island. I don't know if it's a thing just being from the Caribbean, because there are kind of slopes or drop-offs like that. So I don't think I'll ever go to like a full crazy aquascape. I still need like a tower, or I don't know what it's called. I always end up with a tower, because I just think that looks natural.
The Aussies call it a balmy. A balmy, yeah. I was just sitting, as you were talking, I was thinking, I've probably misunderstood the concept of negative space aquascaping. It sounds like it's the opposite of the wall of rocks.
Right.
And that clicked in my mind when you said about flow moving through. So everything I've ever created has always been negative space, because I've never been a huge fan of the big wall of rocks. I've always liked to see openings and caves and swim throughs and arches and things like that. So I thanks, because I was really approaching it kind of the wrong way in my mind, when I couldn't understand why people would do it, but I think I get it now.
Yeah.
And I think go ahead, O.
Nope. It's all you, brother.
The other thing too is, like you mentioned, swim throughs and pass throughs, City, and I think that I could take, a grapefruit sized ball of rock and smash it and re-glue it together and make it a little bigger. But for example, like my big fish tank, I want to keep a bunch of pseudochromis and damsels again. Well, they have to have places to hide where the big fish can't try to eat them. So by doing that, I could strategically place those around at different sizes of caves to give hides and swim throughs for those fish.
Yeah. I can recommend Marco mortar. I love that stuff. I know there's lots of good cement out there right now, but I've used it 3 times now. It's amazing.
That's what I used. I basically bought like big boulders from BRS and from my local fish store, put them in plastic bags, took them down to the street, and took a hammer and just smashed them into little pieces, and used super glue and accelerator to hold it. And when I was finished and I was happy, used Marco 400, and that was sort of the final, cement to like make sure everything was. You use it to fill in the holes, just to hold everything together, and was totally like my rock. I think I've used it about 3 or 4 times, and I think the last time I gave it to, I forgot his name, but when I redid my rockscape, I gave it to another reefer, and I remember he called me and said, like, dude, what did you use and put this thing together? Because I'm trying to like separate it and I can't.
Hey, David L., welcome. Yeah, when I used it, I always tried to get it in. I used one of those Betty Crocker cake decorating things. I mean, if you watch my rocks plus sand plus water equals cycle video for the Red Sea, that goes through the whole thing. And it was kind of limited success. But anyway, when I put that stuff in, I tried to get it to go into crevices in the rock on both sides of the join, because when it hardens, it forms it hardens into a shape. So it locks everything together because you can't break it. And if it's penetrated the rocks on both sides of where the join is, it's like if you do two flat surfaces next to each other, it will have less holding power than if you can wrap one of those around and get it to curl around the rock and then harden in that shape. Then you won't be able to get them apart. It's hard to describe, but yeah.
You just gave me a great idea. I think David L. mentioned it. So my wife bakes, and she has a ton of she buys them by the, those pastry bags that you use to decorate. So I'm thinking, oh man, I was trying to, my thing was always using like a skewer and trying to jam but now I'm thinking with pastry bag, just,
and plastic you could just spoons, like plastic cutlery. Yes.
Shameless plug. I do have a video. I have a tiny channel. I do have a video on aquascaping with that cement and using bags to kind of pipe it into the rocks. So if people want to check that out, it's a halfway decent video.
Yeah, so, it is. Chase V Reefing.
That's how I set up all these different rocks.
Yeah.
So.
All right, I just subbed. Didn't.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, sub party. But with the sub, you also have to spend a minimum of 30 seconds watching a video, or YouTube says it doesn't count. So
really?
Yeah, I heard that somewhere, that if you just sub a channel and never watch the content, eventually YouTube goes through and removes those because they're not real. So
funny.
You should watch at least a little bit of one video. Actually, you should watch the whole video. But you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, my channel is nothing. It's not anything like Cindy's. It's just I'm just documenting the 250 a little bit and that kind of stuff.
You've done a great job from what I've seen so far. So yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Chase V Reefing. You said you're in New Mexico?
Yep.
All right, New Mexico. All right.
Oh, hey, poor white man.
All this talk of aquascaping is making me want to smash rocks.
I know. Well, hey, here's the thing. I have yarn stored in totes, as you saw on my porch. Those totes are the totes I'm going to use and put salt water in to cure my rocks. So there's my incentive right there to get those totes emptied so I can start making some salt water. We have the 100-gallon tank to get the RODI going, and we've got the 265s with legs coming in a week or so to mix salt water. So pretty soon I'll be all ready to do that. And I'll be pretty mad at myself if I miss the opportunity to start right away because I still have to unload yarn. So there you go.
Do you have a basement? I know Alex has a basement, but what do you do for like a fish room? Store your RODI, your mixing containers. Where do you store it without a basement?
Without a basement? Chase, I think, is on a one-level house. Are you not, Chase?
Yeah, I have an addition that was put on my house like 10 years ago that kind of goes off one of the sides. And so I have the plumbing just goes right down into kind of the front part of that addition that's off the living room. So I just have my fish room down there.
Okay.
Closet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically like it's actually like 18 by 10-foot room. So
a lot of people use their garage too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking.
As long as it doesn't get too cold.
Well, I'm thinking there's a high probability I'm probably going to be moving to maybe Central Florida, so there's no basements. So that's kind of where my mind was. I need to have the display time in a common room where everyone is living space. That's kind of always been my thing. I think otherwise it's going to get ignored or it's not going to get the attention it deserves. But then, you don't want to be moving. One of the problems here is I've, spilled salt water so many times.
Yeah.
So just
I have a tile floor in this room for that reason, the fish room. And it's just an extension of the tile that's in the front hallway when you come in the front door. And the builder was, really unsure if I actually wanted a tile floor in a bedroom. And I went, oh no, I do. And we're going to be drilling holes through this tile floor.
okay.
So it's right at the front of the house. So yeah.
No carpets for me. I've learned that lesson. No carpets. Probably only in a bedroom somewhere, but no carpets.
And make it a light color too, right?
Yeah.
Make it light color, because oh boy, does salt water ever make ugly white stains on dark colors. Yeah.
What were you saying, Alex?
I was gonna say I know a few folks that live in Florida. I mean, tile's the popular thing to do down there just because all the humidity in the first place.
Okay.
And so you get depending on the style of the house, like sometimes they'll have like a family room, but like my one friend, they called it like a rec room that was off to the side of the family room, and it was like a step down, but it was all tiled out, and it was a huge space. And stuff like that. I mean, you could always make a temp wall or, hide that stuff behind a shade or something.
Yeah, I like big open spaces. So anything I look for is going to be kitchen, living room, just one big open space. And the tank is going to be probably somewhere. Well, it's going to be somewhere in there.
So here's what you do. You have your big open space, and in the middle of it, you have a skylight at the roof. And right below that, you have your tank. Because then you can grow mangroves and stuff like that too, right? And you have mirrors all set up in the skylight so that you always have light shining down on your tank, natural light. And then you put a square canopy around this like a frame, and you put your other lights inside there. And when
You've thought about this. You've thought about this a lot.
I'll one up you, because I know you're a techie guy and you'll love this. So in order to get the look that you'd like with the sun tube, you could design a prism system that's computer operated to track the sun, and you could split off the wavelengths of the sunlight that you actually want and toss the infrared outside and only take in the stuff you want.
The UV and the blue.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
You guys have thought about this a lot. I don't know if
You think we're joking?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you guys are joking or not. That's what's confusing.
I'm not.
No.
You ever seen those things they call the solar death rays, where you have a bunch of small mirrors, they converge to one point?
Mm-hmm.
You get that, and you mount a big computer operated prism in it, and then you just split off the wavelengths you want. Imagine how much par you'd get if you shot that through a sun tube.
You can heat your pool with the infrared that you take off of there. Right, Alex?
There is a guy who I bought corals from when I went to Reefapalooza, California last year, Steve Garrett. And he runs his tanks are outside. There's another guy on YouTube, Oh Too Many Fish. And I did ask Steve Garrett, and Steve Garrett said, I get so much par, I actually have to shade the light. He's in I think it's Orange County, California somewhere. And he said, I have to shade. Otherwise I get like 2,000 par. I have to shade it to get it down to about 600.
Wow.
So yeah, he uses, I think he has some Kessels or something to just, to add a little bit of blue. Or you know what? No, he has tanks outside that he grows. And then I think to color them up, he takes them inside and puts them under Kessel's blues. But Steve Garrett grows his corals. You can know because they come on these little clear pegs that are almost look like glass. So if you see those in any LFS or you see anyone selling them, you see them at Unique Corals sold a lot, but they're on these little glass looking square pegs. You can tell those are Steve Garrett corals, but he grows them outside. And he said if I just do straight sunlight, it'll kill and burn everything. I actually have to shade. He takes these little screens and he stacks them to to bring the par down. But
yeah, I think Too Many Fish. I think his name is Dave. I want to say David. I'm not 100% sure, but if you get a chance, people in the chat, if you haven't found him already, his system is unbelievable. Have you run across this guy yet, Alex or Chase?
Which one is it?
Too Many Fish.
Yeah, I've seen. He's got some rather impressive outdoor tanks. He uses a lot of FRP, as I recall.
Yeah, and he's the angelfish whisperer. He has all kinds of different types of kind of semi-rare angelfish, and some common ones. And yeah, it's amazing. He hasn't done a video in quite a while, though. I think they're quite affected by the fires and everything that's been going on out there.
Yeah, I met him at Reefapalooza last year. He's also another one that has Reefapalooza, California, because he's in Southern California, and he doesn't shade it. He has, I think, between his outside tanks and his indoor tanks, he has a couple thousand gallons, so he doesn't even shade his tanks when it rains.
Mm-hmm.
So when it rains, it gets rainwater, and I don't think it affects the system.
And the most recent thing he set up that I remember is a refrigerated, a refrigerator where he keeps his dosing solutions. He uses Coral Essentials, and the amino and the grow, which are what I use, have to be refrigerated. He's where I first found out about this stuff. So he set up a refrigerated little unit outside, and that's where he keeps those dosing solutions, and he doses from there. And that, I think, was his most recent project. It's just unbelievable.
He does some really cool stuff. I'm just glancing at his channel now, and he has a couple videos ago, he found like a ridiculously large red crab that he just found in his system, and he also collected he held corals for reefers that were affected by the fire. He had people bring corals by, and he held it. He also, if someone is shutting down a tank, he'll take the corals, and then I think he also redistributed some of those corals to people that had their tanks, destroyed or lost their livestock because of the fires in California. So, Too Many Fish, he's interesting,
really knowledgeable. And he doesn't, he starts with a disclaimer at the beginning of every video saying, I don't sell coral. He never sells coral. If you go to visit him, he'll give you coral, but he never sells it.
He has a website, otwoomanyfish.com, where you can see like a live camera of his tank. That's just the inside tank. I think he has more tanks, but that's just the inside tank.
I think he has a 400-gallon inside display. It's like really tall. It's probably at least 48 inches bottom to top, I think.
Yeah, I'm watching his stream now, and he was just there cleaning the glass. So it's a live stream of it was him. I pulled it up, and he stopped now, but he was literally just walking around cleaning the glass. But yeah, he's an interesting guy.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Steve Garrett doesn't ship, so you have to get it. But when I went to the West Coast, it was amazing how stuff was cheap. At Reefapalooza, California, my gosh, the things we pay so much money for in like New York and anywhere else, it was just, Steve Garrett was selling frags that were 4 or 5 inches, and it was, and it wasn't like a Reefapalooza special. They'll just get corals for good prices.
Yeah.
And I think it was the same thing when I went to Worldwide Corals a couple of years ago. Their in-store prices are a lot better than what you get online.
Yeah. Good night, poor white man. Thanks for stopping by. Glad to see you.
That's a great name, by the way. Find that. If you sell his corals, he'll never give you another one. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
The next time I go to Reefapalooza, California, I'm going to I spend time with like Greg and his Reef Club, because they put on, next time I'll go with maybe a few extra days to maybe just tour, but they have a great collection of just reefers. His club, has like the, you know, Steve Garrett and O2, like you have all these people in this Reef Club. So it's just amazing how the collection of like knowledge they have in that club.
And they've got years in the hobby too. I mean, from way back. So I've only got 10, which is nothing compared with some of these guys that and the things that they're doing.
20 years. You know what I learned from, and I always tell Greg this whenever I talk to him, you know what I learned from just spending a few days talking to people from his club, how the people that have been keeping tanks the longest, it's almost like, it's not nonchalant is the word, but it's almost how, you know, when I was new, if something happened, I tend to want it to dive right in and fix it. But, you know, it's like, hey, that's okay. It'll recover. Don't worry about it. It's almost like, it's not a nonchalant, but they're so even keeled about the tank. Like there's a pest. There's not like an overwhelming need to like, let me go in and add something chemically to fix it. They're just like, okay, let's see how it does. It's almost like the way Jake Adams is. If one coral isn't doing well in his system, he's like, oh, that's not doing well. We'll see how it goes. He's not there trying to add a bunch of additives or add fish to try to one coral not doing well. He's not. So talking to the people from Greg's club, they were like, oh, you know, my skimmer's not working. If it was me, I'd be out there trying to evaluate new skimmers, get a new one. And the guy from the club was like, oh, I'll get to it. The system's doing fine. It'll be fine. You know, it's your skimmer not working for a week is not the end of the world. So they were just so.
It's experience, because your experience tells you what's a problem or what's critical and what's not, you know, and I'm finally reaching that point where I've got stuff going on in the holding tank and I look at it and I think, okay, well, there's not a lot I can do. So I just have to kind of observe it. And it's been kind of good because for the last 4 months, there's not a lot I can do. And it's turned out fine. Some of the growth, when I was looking at footage today of corals when I moved them compared to what they are now, stuff is growing. So it's working, like whatever's going on. Yep, there's problems here and there. In fact, I think I lost a torch the other day. Couldn't see any polyps at all on the webcam, so I'll have to get over there tomorrow and see what's left of it. But you know, I don't know.
I think part of that might be, well, one thing I've learned, because I'm like you, Cindy, I've been doing this about 10 years. And one thing I learned that might be kind of the underlying cause of that, is a lot of times your reaction to what you perceive as a problem in your tank actually causes more of a problem than what you had before. So, you know, you get down these rabbit holes of just reacting to things when actually the underlying issue, you know, although it might, some of them, you know, like bad bacteria films or stuff might appear really bad, you know, actually in reality, time and things will just usually knock a lot of those things out. So I think that's a lesson you learn, just how many times I've reacted to issues and just caused more of a problem for my tank or just killed livestock or whatever else. So I think that's
look at Alex showing off. Yeah, I agree with you, Chase. We lost him.
Oh, we lost him. And my reaction for things was try to automate things. So at one point, I think I just tried to over-engineer something to make sure it didn't happen again. So, you know, you have a backup for the backup for the backup. And at the end of the day, like I'm looking at my inventory and I can't believe like I'm telling you, like I didn't realize just how much stuff I've been through. You know, like I think I've have every, like you name a random dosing pump, I think I have it.
Oh, hey, Paul R, welcome. And Ugly Man's Reefing is here. Nice. It's so
I go in and I flip the camera around and I knock myself out of the stream.
That looks pretty nice. Whose TV is that?
No, this is my computer monitor. So I took this picture today. This is the raw footage. So let me turn it to more of a final product.
That's your tank?
That Well, that's my one of the things that's still doing really well.
Wait, so I'm not following, Alex, but where is your stuff now?
Oh, geez, I'm almost embarrassed to show this thing.
No, like you don't have to show it. I just knew you were packing stuff, but
Fondly known on this live stream as the casket tank.
Yeah, this is my highly improvised setup. I'm sorry for all the clutter, but yeah, this is very improvised.
is so you've taken, like, what is that, a horse trough that you've put in your temporary basement and you've set up like a run-in tank?
I don't have a temporary basement. I'm in a townhouse. So this is a wood frame with plywood lined with pond felt, plastic, and a pond liner.
And
that's crazy.
I'm trying to process what's going on here. You're
Hold
in a
on.
townhouse.
You're gonna love this though. There's my apex.
Wait, all right, wait, Alex. Okay, let me just. I'm sorry, I haven't been following. I'm now getting up to speed now. So you are in somewhere temporary. You're waiting for your new house to be available.
Yes,
So
I will be in my. Well, by this time next week, this tank will be in my new house because next Friday, starting very AM, I will be moving this whole thing. So it's going to be fun.
So you've created a pond liner. So you've created a temporary pond.
Yep.
To put your stuff in.
It's not
in a townhouse.
Not a bad idea.
I know.
So the reason I did this instead of a tank is that this thing is screwed together in 3 sections. I can move this whole thing by myself.
Okay.
So, and then I took my light rack off my 480, which the lights are about to go out, but and then I had an old Reef Octopus skimmer sitting here. Yeah, Ugly Man's Reef has got it pretty. It's not pretty.
And David L says your cable management is better than his.
Are those zip ties? Man, I need to show my wife this because she gets.
Yeah, these are big industrial zip ties.
And the Vortex zip tied or Vortex controller zip tied to the.
Our place is a mess right now. Oh, hi, Piglet.
Hi, Piglet. Is that a wooden dowel?
Oh, wait a second. The tank is in the living room. I thought it was in the basement.
No, I don't have a basement. I told you, this is highly improvised.
Oh.
So what's the black part on the back there that's kind of higher up?
This?
Yeah, is that just a light shield or?
Yeah, because my wife started getting migraine headaches looking at the Radeon G4s sitting on the couch. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Jonas Downer-Ravicious. Nice to see you. Yeah, Diet Canvas. If it holds water and isn't going to corrode, it'll do in a pinch.
Okay.
Exactly. And then this is why when I get to the new house, my friend at the local fish store is going to come over with a trailer, and that way I'm going to try and get the whole thing in one shot, which the big one will be this bubble coral to move it, because that was not fun by myself last time. So
how much do you think it weighs, Alex? How much do you think that thing weighs? How much do you think it weighs?
The whole tank?
No, the bubble coral.
It doesn't weigh that much. It actually grew onto a rock or two when I purchased it. It was already. So, I mean, it's probably 10 pounds or less. The problem is I partially took it out of the water, and that's the part that's not doing well right here.
Okay.
So the next time with my buddy here, I'm going to put the whole tray or the whole tote in here and it'll stay submerged because I physically couldn't lift it out of the last tank full.
Right.
Wow.
So this time I'll have help so I could do that. And once it's in there, it should be good. Everything else, I think my one big plate here with a bunch of stuff, my steering that is. So, yeah.
Nat King Reef is asking, is that a bathtub? No. Hey, Nat King.
Actually, is larger than a bathtub. I'll take pride in saying that. It is bigger than a bathtub. It holds about 150 gallons.
You
Wow,
know what?
nice.
You just gave me a crazy idea. I'm not moving with my stuff. I'm gonna give it to a couple of people and then get some stuff back. But that's not a bad idea in a pinch. If you have an extra bathroom, tank liner in a tub.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I saw somebody had a video years ago where their tank cracked and they filled their bathtub up with like buckets of salt water and put all their fish in there while they figured out what was going on.
Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, put the pond liner in the tub. Probably if you have kids, probably take the knob off of the pipe so they can't turn it on. Because I'm pretty
Oh
sure
my
my
gosh.
kids would, they would, and then,
With it.
put I can see that happening. Okay.
Yeah. Needless to say, though, well, I had to get my RO unit going because I got tired of going to my local friend here to fill up. So, but yeah, the plan's going to be, I'm going to go to Home Depot. I'm going to buy 10 or 20 buckets and make 50 or 100 gallons of RO water. And then we get the house Wednesday. So I'm probably going to haul over that water and then have it on standby and then move as much water as I can with this too. So
Yeah, man. Good luck with that. Moves are stressful.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I don't have as many fish to move now because I lost a bunch, but that'll make it a little easier at least. But it has proven that the pond liner concept works, although I have found out in future pond liners tanks which might be part of my new system that there are methods to fold 90-degree corners that look nice and smooth. So, but
Oh, nice.
didn't get that part of the research done before I built this.
I know from my experience with upholstery and things like that, the 90-degree corners aren't that hard to achieve.
How many?
But
Yeah.
You do have to know what you're doing.
How many millimeters is that pond liner?
Oh, it's a 45 mil EPDM liner.
Wow.
So, but yeah, here's back to my bounce core or bounce mushroom. So, I wonder how I could do this.
Looks pretty nice. Like it's really doing well.
Let me scroll in a bit. So that's. So, yeah, my other part-time thing is doing some photography now.
Wow. So it would be cool to get a piece of one of those bubbles under the microscope, Alex.
I have the feeling I'll be able to do that because one thing I want to do in my fish room is because I've been having fun with the photography, even though it's all top down right now.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Let's see.
Piglet.
His real name's Gizmo. So let's see. Okay.
Oh, would he be insulted if he heard me say Piglet? Sorry, Piglet.
Oh,
sorry,
no, he'd be fine. I'm a little limited on what I could do with the top down, but I've gotten some nice photos out of it.
Very nice. So this is through the water? Or
I got one of those portholes.
right.
Nice.
I can't remember who makes that thing. Avast Marine. So yeah, I picked up one of those, and then it's turned out good. This one didn't turn out bad either.
Yeah, that's a nice photo.
It's almost
Yeah,
abstract.
Yeah,
you didn't use a filter for any of these, right?
So I did a combination of things. I did put a yellow filter on this, but I adjusted the white balance on the camera to make it look more natural to the eye. So, but let me see.
Really cool.
Yeah, this is my bubble pool.
That the big one or the smaller one that you had?
This is a small section of the big one. So
Wow.
That's cool.
my new camera takes very nice macro photography. So
Hey, Marcus's Reef. There you are. Nice to see you.
The problem I always have with photos, although I haven't done any like macro stuff on my corals, but I always find like the filters and the different editing I have to do to try to make the coral, because you want the coral in the picture to look like what you see, right? So like you put the filter on the camera, and then you like do the filters on the editing, and you try to get it close so people can appreciate that. But I always find in doing that, like the background of the photo, it doesn't take the same filters to change the background as it does to elicit the colors on the coral. And so my backgrounds always look weird or like pink or purple when I get that coral color I want. I don't know if anyone's had that experience.
yeah, so I got their yellow filter on here, and I'd have to look and see what I turned the white balance on the camera up to, but it made the colors really pop on stuff. But it's that,
That's a
seeing
nice
the
one.
ultra fine detail.
Very nice. So do you think this one will bounce? Looks like it could.
I've had these Redactus for a while. They're not so happy right now because my alk's kind of high, but they've always been nice and fuzzy like that.
Yeah, very nice.
So
Cool.
Yeah, those are nice.
We'll see if I get lucky enough to advance to the finals in Reef to Reef's photo of the month contest, because I put this photo in. I think this one, or the same shot. I might have edited a little bit.
That's pretty cool. Man, that thing looks scary.
What is that?
It's a clownfish.
That's my gold stripe maroon.
He's like, I will bite your finger.
Yeah, she's just sitting in the sea anemone.
I can see what you mean. Yeah. Wow, that's amazing.
Is that the one I did? Hold on, now I gotta look, because this one turned out well too.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
This was taken before the sea anemones started getting a little unhappy with the alkalinity. So.
How high's your alk?
It's at like 10 right now. So I had a bad batch of salt, I believe, and then because I wasn't dosing anything, just doing water changes, and I happened to test it and was like, whoa, no wonder stuff's looking a little pale and unhappy right now. So I've just been slowly I changed out salt and got slowly been doing some water change to try and bring it down. It was higher than that. It was at like 12 or something for a while. So
Yeah, well,
but you know, a lot of my favorites like this one are doing good still. So
Mm-hmm.
that's nice.
Is that your pink Nepthia?
yep, it's the stereo Nepthia.
Nice.
The other one I got's doing well too, and then I just want to get everything up and running because I'd really like to get. I know someone that has a couple other varieties of it now that I really would like to get a hold of.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a little while before I can do that.
Yeah. So your temporary setup is for roughly a month, 3.5 weeks, something like that.
Well, I moved in here August 31st,
Ooh,
so
and
it's
longer
been
than
up.
that.
Yeah, it's been up for a while now.
Oh, I know what
Uh,
it was. You had to move out of your other house in just under a month after you sold it. Yeah.
yeah, I had a month there. Now, let me try flipping my camera around.
Here, let's get everybody. Oh, there's me and a bunch of icons.
All right, I didn't disconnect myself. That's always good.
Oh, hey, thanks, Marcus. Yeah, if anybody else wants to hit the like button, that'd be lovely. Apparently, if you get 50 likes within a certain space of time, YouTube pushes your video out a little bit further. So it'd be kind of awesome to do that for the first time ever. So
Yeah,
your
I'll go do that.
photography, Alex, are you going to hmm. So as you're building your new setup, you're going to be documenting it, I'm assuming. Are you planning on doing videos and reef to reef like photos, or what are you thinking there? Because you always have ideas. Like the stuff that you do always gives people ideas. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I'll definitely fire up a new thread in Reef to Reef. I'm not going to tell anyone anything about the main display tank until I, I'm going to try and hold it a secret other than to a handful of people until it's
Sure.
been fully tested.
Yeah.
But the fish room I'll be sharing. So
Nice.
I'll probably start trying to do some videos, but the fish room will be first. The display is a distant second.
Yeah. Good night, Alan. Thanks for coming by tonight. You stay safe and healthy too. Yeah, it's I'm so far behind with videos versus real life that there are things happening now that I would love to do an update, but it would be so out of sequence with what's come before that leads up to it, right? So I get into this loop where I want to tell the story because I've learned stuff along the way when it comes to moving a reef and all that kind of thing. And I don't want to do videos that have updates about today, other than little short clips on Insta or whatever, because there's so much more depth to what went behind it, right? So I gotta get onto some of these videos. I'm hoping now that we're here and we're functional, I'll have some more time, but it's just so hard when you're moving and you're in the middle of it all.
It takes a lot of time to do videos. It's something I've realized in like the 3-4 I've done. It's like, it's hard.
Yeah, it does. Go ahead.
I like what Diacantha said there, that it'll be a 0.7 gallon Pico.
Yeah, you're going to use your macro photography to make it look like a 700.
It just makes me want to build out a giant fish room and then like plumb a nano tank into it and be like, here's a display, everyone.
Yeah. We always used to joke about that on Dave's stream, have a 150-gallon sump supporting a 25 lagoon, something like that. Yeah.
That would be funny.
I think my sump area might almost end up having more water volume than my display by the time I'm done with, displacement and all that kind of stuff for the rock. So yeah, it could be equal or slightly more.
Yeah, mine's 50-50 between the frag and refugium and sump.
Yep.
I'm not sure what my ratio will be yet.
Oh, that would be giving it away, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. My fish room, if depending on how I can arrange it, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna resurrect my 480 in a little different form, and it's gonna be the frag tank.
Yeah.
So
it'll be 480 gallons. That'll be 16 feet long by 6 feet wide by 16 inches deep, right? You'll need one of those platforms that you can lay on to look in the middle of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of different gears spinning. The big thing I've been thinking about is how I want to handle water flow. So
Yeah. Hey, Alex, do you know anything about Stiebel Eltron, who manufactures point of use and other types of water heaters?
I don't think I've heard of them.
Hmm.
Are they like instant heat? Or is it like aquarium heaters?
They do have some instant heat, but they're actually miniature, like mini tanks. We're looking at getting a 4-gallon mini tank that's meant to be installed like under a sink in the garage or workshop, and it's point of use actually. And so we contacted them to see about whether they would work in a closed loop, and they said yes. Actually, they get used in radiant heating in homes, which would be like underfloor heating or whatever, right? So that's going to be our answer. I think $299 for a 4-gallon. The lowest temperature it'll go is 86. The highest is 130. And my husband described to the plumber that we had in earlier in the week what we want to do, and he's able to get us the recirculating pump and all of the fittings properly set up with PEX so that we can get the PEX safely on the heater without it. Like, there's a difference between just jamming the thing on and doing it the right way and heating the stuff up and getting it to conform to the barbs and all of that, right? So anyway, so I think that's what I'm going to try for my radiant heating. So for $300, it's got like something like a 7-year warranty. They say don't use RODI water in the unit to circulate because it's copper inside and it does bad things. And I had always understood you shouldn't use softened water that's gone through a water softener, but I've never heard anyone say don't use RODI. So we'll just use tap water because calcification will be minimized by the fact that new water is not going to be added. It's just going to be the same water going around and around, right?
Are you getting so with the recirculating pump? Are they getting a cast iron, bronze, or stainless steel?
I didn't get that. What part? A cast iron or?
Yeah, so the recirculating pumps, they make them out of different materials. So they make cast iron ones, which those can be used in a closed loop environment. But if you're going to have anything that's got more of an open loop, which doesn't sound like you're doing, you got to go with bronze or stainless steel.
Right, because otherwise you get corrosion.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's going to be a closed loop, and I haven't. He was talking to my husband, so I haven't got a brand name or anything, but we're going to check into that. And if he can supply it at a reasonable price and do the fitting and everything else, might as well get somebody who knows what they're doing and has the right tools to do it, rather than go out and buy the tools and use them once or twice and then that's, never again sort of thing. Yeah. Oh, Jonas. Oh, good suggestion. One crash course video, everything you want to say to bring everyone up to speed with just one basic video if you're taking the background, not too much work, and then the next. Yeah, I agree with you. And I do have recorded 14 or 15 minutes of footage at various points with updates. So I probably should just splice all of those together and show the progress of the thing. Yeah, it's finding the time.
Yeah.
Oh, Ugly Man has got a new calcium reactor to tinker with and other stuff. Good night. Thanks for coming by.
New equipment is always fun.
Yeah. I don't know. Is anybody else? It's like when I used to buy new clothing, I'd have to hang it in the closet for a while and not even take the tags off before I wanted to wear it. And when I buy new equipment, it's like I leave it sitting in the box as long as I possibly can. And I don't know if it's because I'm intimidated by it. I mean, unless it's an emergency and I got a new pump because I need to replace a pump. But if I'm trying something new and I have to learn how to use it, it always kind of intimidates me. And I just put it off, and for no good reason, because when you finally do get it out of the box and look at it, it's not a problem, right? Is it just me?
It depends on what it is for me.
Yeah, same.
I get myself in trouble by that's why I never make videos, because I just throw the damn thing on the tank like first time without even reading the instructions. So yeah, no, I do without thinking.
I probably overthink.
The sad part that I have is that sometimes it's like I sit in there and I'm like, I really got to install that pump at some point. And then you're like, then I got to like do stuff that I don't really want to right now.
It's all of the other stuff around it. Calibrating. I hate calibrating. It's always messy. I spill things. I have to get straight in my mind. Okay, the 100 mils is going from here to here, and when do I have to it's just, it needs brain space I don't have sometimes.
Man, that is not. I when I get stuff, if I don't get it, so if I take my kids with me to the fish store and I pick up something, I mean, when we're on the subway ride back, I'm on the train and I'm opening the package and looking at it. So I'm playing with it. So I can't even get home before. I remember when I bought the 4-pack of Versa, I had that thing open, playing with it on the subway, reading the manual, popping them in and out. So I can't wait to get home. It doesn't matter if it's something I had before. Like I'm just, as soon as I leave the store.
And when you get home, it's the phone call to the subway. Yeah, if anybody turns into the lost and found this little round orange thing with hoses sticking out of it, it's mine.
The funny thing is I did lose those, but I ended up getting like I got replacements. But I get myself in trouble with that all the time. Like more often you get a pump and it's not thought all the way through. And by the time I've cut all that plumbing, I realize, oh, I'm missing something. And then it's like so our Home Depot closes at 10 p.m. So then I'm making like a 9:30 p.m. Home Depot run to get fittings. And then, of course, because you have gray and red PVC and Home Depot only sells white PVC, that's how you end up with like you start out with nice gray and black PVC, but over time you end up with Frankenstein, blue, red, black, white. So maybe I'm the weird one based on how you guys are looking at me.
No, you get it done though. That's the thing.
Yeah. Oh, all I know is if there's ever equipment where I'm really going, I'm not sure if I should get this, I'll be calling or texting going, I know that you've probably purchased this or resold it. Or maybe that storage unit you have a couple sitting in there.
So just for return pumps, so I was trying to decide, so just for return pumps, I have a Red Dragon Speedy, I have a couple of Jabos, I have a Vectra M1, I have 2 Vectra S2s that I'm running. And there are some other ones. Like every dosing pump on the market now, I have one. I have a Camor X4, Camor X1. I have BRS dosers. I have Dose. I have Versa singles, Versa 4-packs. And some of these I didn't even remember that I had until I was making inventory. So, it's kind of embarrassing.
Is there a spreadsheet of inventory? That's what I need to know.
I am actually making one because now I'm deciding that if I do move, like, what do I keep and what do I sell? So,
yeah. So Chase, is this your refugium you're showing us here?
Yeah. It's a 90-gallon tank. Half of it's lit.
I thought that was a freshwater tank. That's cool.
Looks like the Taxophora is going pretty good.
Yeah. What are those things that's on the rock? Are those just sponges or zoas?
Those are zoas from the that had kind of gotten out of control in the old display. So they actually seem to like it just fine in here.
Was that did you have actual live rock in there or just stuff you seeded?
Yeah, this is all the rock from the old 125 systems in here. So I did that so I could just keep it all in the system without having to actually put it in the new display.
Excuse me for a sec, guys. I'll be right
back. So Chase, have you ever blacked out the room and watched that tank at night for bioluminescence?
No, I haven't done that. No,
it's fun.
I'll try it. What do? You dark out the room and? Yeah,
basically, I black out the room. Any kind of indicator lights, take electrical tape and tape them off. Like even like an MP40 indicator light is blinding. Once your eyes adjust, so like that little controller off to the that little screen, I'd electrical tape off.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, you could have just a tiny bit of light in there, but once your eyes settle down, if you got stuff in there, you might start seeing some random flashes of light here and there.
Oh, that's cool.
Or you could try if you got a poking stick or anything, you could tap on the glass a couple times at a decent tap. That might set some of them off if you got something in there, or stir the sand just a little bit or drag something through it. So
nice. I'll give it a shot. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I wrote a couple articles on it in Reef to Reef, and I got a couple videos of it. I started taking pictures of it, long exposures to try and capture it.
Yeah, Alex, that environment he's got there does look promising, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's reminded me of my old refugium where I just like pull the chair up and have it blacked out and be staring into the darkness looking for flashes.
What happened to the mantis shrimp you had in that refugium, Alex?
So I think about a week or two before I moved, about a month before I moved, right when I sold the house, she went into her burrow and closed herself in, which is a sign they're molting. But I hadn't seen her, and I had her for 3 years, and for smaller mantis, that could be kind of their life expectancy. But I said, well, if she's molting, she's not going to come out. So as I started dismantling the tank, I started going through her burrow, and the only thing I found of her was one of her raptorial appendages. So unfortunately, she died. But it was a good long lifespan for that little shrimp. So there will be more.
Yep.
There will be a dedicated part of the system for mantis.
A mantis tank, okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking I might take my 150 and and either split it in half or into thirds and get different types of mantis to put in there.
Nice. Hey,
So-
Derek H. Well, Michael Lee has, I think it's a peacock mantis. He posts pictures on Instagram called Theodore Bundy.
Hey, not to change topics abruptly, but I was just thinking, Alex, or any of you guys, for triggerfish, I haven't had them before, and I recently got one, and I'm just wondering about diet-wise. What have you guys found? You know, as far as like bigger foods that they've eaten or things like that. I don't have much experience with that.
What kind of triggerfish?
It's a blue throat.
Blue throat. I stick with meaty foods. Pretty much same thing you're feeding everything else in your reef. Mysis shrimp. If you got some of the reef blends, they're not, because they have more of that inverted mouth on them. They're not as big of a predator towards bigger inverts and stuff. They tend to be more planktivores. But yeah, general good like reef frenzies, rods foods, pellets.
Okay. So I don't need to do anything like put like a, because I was reading online, like some of them take like shrimp, like shell on shrimp and stuff like that. Is that a thing or?
You could offer it, but typically that's more of some of the more aggressive style triggers, like clown triggers, blue lines, humas. They have more of that straight on mouth at the tip of their face, and they have much more substantial teeth to where they'll rip into that stuff.
Okay. Okay. I was
Chase,
just curious.
Oh, sorry.
No. Go ahead.
Derek H. is wondering what light you have on your refugium there.
Well, up until about a month ago, I was running the Kessel H380 Refugium, I think it is.
Yep.
It's like the pink light. But to be honest, I mean, and that was a powerful light, but the few problems I had with it were, one, that spectrum of light just really bothers my eyes. I don't know if anyone else has experienced that, but it's just a pain in the butt to look at, or like it's not enjoyable at all to look at. And it actually hurts my eyes a little bit if I'm working in the tank and it's on. And then the other thing was there was just a ton of light spill. I had that light pretty much as close, because I have a cover on top of this refugium so it doesn't evaporate too much, and I had that Kessel light pretty much right next to the plastic lid, without it, getting too close to it, and there was still a ton of light spill in the room. So I went ahead and I saw those Tunzi underwater lights. And
yeah, they stick on the glass, right, with a magnet.
Yeah, so these aren't the Tunzi version. These are like what I would equate to like the Chinese black box version of a Tunzi underwater light, which right. I don't I hope that's not a bad choice, but we'll see. But yeah, they're just like little 15 watt. They're about a foot long. There's no light spill outside the tank. There's just a slight glow. So I really like that. And then the algae's been doing just fine in there. So I've noticed too that the pink spectrum light, I tended to get a ton of filamentous and hair type algae that would just really thrive on that spectrum. And I found with the mostly white light, the hair algae doesn't tend to thrive as much as the macroalgae. So I find that just easier from a maintenance standpoint. And
you probably also had to clean the glass a lot with that with that Kessel light, right? Because
Yeah.
I like the Kessel light, but it's not for a display refugium. If it's a refugium we want to look at, it's not, because everything just looks purple. So if you're hiding the light under a cabinet, that light, if you have nutrient issues or you have an overstocked tank and you're looking to aggressively grow algae, I think that's kind of the case for that light. Otherwise, it just
and I'm kind of I'm on the lower end of nutrients. I don't even I don't run the light too long, and it can bottom out your nutrients if you. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yep.
It looks pretty. It just looks pretty. What we're seeing right here, I like it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, definitely that some of that red spectrum shift, you can just really encourage a lot of growth. Because I had 3 lights on my refugium, and the one I really like still is the Kessel Tuna Sun. That they put out a real nice white light, and some of the macroalgae did really, like the red macroalgae do not like red light and do not grow well with red light. But they love that like 65K. They do really well. But yeah, those grow lights are powerhouses.
If I have a refugium that I want to look at all, then you do white light.
Yeah.
Yeah, and with these, I mean, it's pretty low wattage in comparison, but I figure it's much more efficient in terms of because you can spin the little rods within the suction cups, and I mean it points a pretty directional cone, so you can kind of see where the borders of the lights hit, and I just point everything down, and so it's a very, almost probably not 100%, but maybe 80 or 90% of the light that's actually coming out of the light is being utilized in the tank. So I'm running, I can't remember if they're 7-watt lights or 15-watt lights each. I don't know, but that's pretty low compared to the H380. I think is pulling.
You don't need it for nutrient export, so there's no need for that high power. So that's enough that's probably more than enough to keep the macroalgae alive and growing. And it looks like the zoas even like it. So I think it's fine. I ended up getting rid of those Kessel lights because they were just so powerful.
Yeah, I'd agree. If you're not having the nutrient issues, if you're having algae issues in a display and you want to get it out, though, adding the higher power lights to the refugium will definitely help expedite the growth there and help keep it out of your main system.
And actually, I would never go back. To be honest, I don't think there'd be scenarios where I would ever go back to those Kessel lights. I think I would probably do something along the lines of like maybe a Clarisy or like automatic filter roller or something to that extent instead of going for the purple. That was overkill.
The one thing I will say about these underwater ones is, of course, like because they're underwater, they require maintenance. So, every couple 2-3 weeks, I got to take it out, just clean the glass tubes to make sure there's not too much algae obstructing the output. So that's something to consider too. But it's not. It takes a few minutes.
Yeah, the Kessel, if you have it close enough, you also have to wipe that thing off every couple of weeks also.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's easier. Because you put it so close to the water to not see the light spill, and then it just gets splashed, and you get salt creep on the front. So you just, it's just like anything else. And it's not hard maintenance. You just reach in there with a sponge and just wipe it.
Yeah.
But you had to keep that thing. You had to keep that thing clean.
Sounds like it needs a diffuser or some sort of a shield around it.
You know what? I think the newer Kessel lights, the 360Xs, they do make like these little chips that focus the light down. But then, to be honest, you have to, when you're using those Kessels in a small refugium, you have to acclimate the light to it because the PAR can be, and I'm assuming then focusing the light down, if you can't have it 6 inches off the macroalgae, focus in the light 60 degrees, then I think you're going to burn everything.
Yeah.
I think if you put your hand under it and you don't move it quick enough, I can assume it's going to burn you. So I don't know how. So you think about it, BRS had that light on a 160-gallon tank on a, 2 foot by 2 foot refugium, and maybe a foot over, and they had 0 nutrients. I remember when I got that thing, I kept trying to, it would just kill everything in my little, 1 foot by 1 foot refugium. And I kept asking, and they say, hey, like, think about it. It's, you're putting macroalgae that were probably grown under 50 par, and you're putting it under 1200 par. So you have to, so I actually spoke to Randy from BRS at, one of the Reefapaloozas, and he said, yeah, man, we started out at 1 hour a night, and over the course of a few months, just added, hours to it. So that's what and so imagine when you have that type of par, and then you're focusing it with that little thing 60 degrees, you probably get
It's like magnifying glass.
Yeah.
The one benefit you can get out of it, though, is it can help if you got a lot of photosynthesis going with it, is it can help boost the pH in the system.
It did help with that for me.
I was going to say earlier, when I wasn't on the stream, right when you guys started, you were talking a little bit about pH, and I had my pH probe broke on my system must have been like 18 months ago. I know, and I haven't replaced it because I've always debated the whole controller thing, and usually the way to get a pH probe is to buy it with the controller, although I know you can get like the pinpoint ones and whatnot, but so I haven't replaced the pH, and I haven't been monitoring pH, but you just made me remember, like I do pretty much everything on the system I can to optimize pH as if I had low pH or something, So that's kind of just how I treat the system. Like I try to, run the opposite light schedule and get good aeration and blah, 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 and all the things we do. But anyways.
Yeah. Well, I think if you do all those things anyway, then the result is going to be the same as if you measured it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like if I was monitoring it, like the only changes I was make would be what I'm doing already. So
yeah, exactly.
What can you do besides?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Johnny Martinez, you had a question about the heater that I'm planning on using. It's going to be really as close as we can get it, because it doesn't need to be plumbed. It just needs an electrical supply, and this particular one gets plugged into a normal 20 amp electrical outlet. We're probably going to get an electrician to put in a plug for it so we can put it wherever we want. So yeah, the closer it is to the tank that the hose is going to be in, the better, so that we don't have to worry about insulating too much. I don't imagine there'll be any more than about 2 feet of hose in the air outside, because it's going to be like right near the tank. That's what we're going to try to do anyway, unless we get advice that that's a bad thing because of salt creep and stuff like that. That's the plan, so we'll see. Oh, hey, producer Reef. Hobby K Entertainment, hello. So yeah, interesting. So, are you going to try and stick with this tank now then until you move?
No.
Or you're
Yes,
going to be
until I move.
Until you move, yeah. So this is going to stay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna, once I've finalized my plans, I'm gonna break it down way in advance. And I think actually producer Reef, he's not too far from me in Long Island. I think between him and probably DC Reefer is probably where most of my stuff is gonna go.
Yeah.
There's a few select pieces, such as my gem tang, and there is a blasto that I got from a friend, and the NEMS. So between both of them, I don't know how I'll split it, but between both of them, most of the stuff will go to, and then everything else.
Yeah.
DC is setting up like a NEM tank. So I think, I hope I didn't spill a secret. I don't think it's a secret because we were talking about it on another live stream the other day.
I was gonna say, I thought you talked about that.
Oh yeah, so he's gonna do a NEM tank. So that's probably where my NEMs. They have a nice long. A friend of mine who's no longer reefing gave them to me. I gave a couple to Dave. My tank crashed, and I lost all my NEMs. And then when Dave died, I went and got the NEMs back from him. So, yeah, I'm willing to share the love. Whoever needs NEMs, and you're close enough.
You want to see a beautiful NEM tank? There's an Instagram account called, I think it's her.nano.reefs. And one of the tanks that she has is all different anemones. Maybe I'll get this right.
I'm going to look for it now. But I think I have a 25 lagoon. And I do think when I go, wherever I go, I think that's the first tank I'll look to set up and probably get some NEMs, because I think a NEM tank will be easy. I need, my battery's dying. Let me try and find a charger. But a NEM tank is going to be easy to set up and to care for. So I think that's probably the first tank I'm going to set up wherever.
And she's in New York.
Oh, she is.
She is, yeah. But her photography is also gorgeous. So the posts that she puts on Instagram are really beautiful.
What is it?
Her.nano. She has multiple tanks.
I had this weird algae, her.nano.reefs. I had this weird algae in my NEM tank, and it was always in my NEM tank. And I added UV sterilizer, couldn't get rid of it. But the way that tank is, because I use like an overflow system called the X Aqua in and out.
Yeah.
So we tend to use overflow boxes here in the US, but in Europe they'll use like the Ultra Reef overflow system, or they don't use like they use internal weir boxes, or they have these little things that you just drill the tank and you put it through. So I use one of those on the NEM tank. So when I had snails, I used to put these gigantic, I don't know why, I always loved gigantic turbo snails. And at night they would, when they tried to clean the nozzle, it would spew water everywhere. So I never had any inverts at all in the tank. And I tried everything. That's one of the reasons my Monties weren't doing well, because I tried Fluco. I tried everything to get rid of that algae. And the other day I was at the fish store and I picked up some turbo snails that were on sale, and I threw some small ones there. And I have to say that I think that tank just needed some cleanup crew. All this time and all that stuff I threw at it. UV sterilizers, everything. I literally took the tank apart. I disconnected it from the main system, flushed it with bleach, everything, and put it back, cleaned it, dried it, left it for, and after like a couple of weeks, the algae came back. I don't know. So I think, so it looks like that tank just needed like a cleanup crew. All this time and all that effort, all that money I put into, I put some turbos, and it was accident. I just happened to, I wanted to leave them there and then distribute them later. And I looked the other day, I was like, the algae's almost gone.
Hey, good night, Taryn. Thanks for coming by tonight. It's it just, nature's way. That's always my first sort of plan of attack is there something that I can do without adding chemicals to the tank? Like, do I change how much I feed? Do I do more water changes? Do I do some manual removal and then the fish will take care of it? That kind of thing, right? There's a whole process I go through. But I totally get what it's like after 6 months when none of it works. Then you're starting to look for a solution. And I've been there. And fluconazole did wonders to get rid of the bryopsis I had on 3 separate occasions. And I ended up getting bryopsis in the holding tank. And it was growing on part of the Montipora hirsuta colony that was huge. And so I just broke off that branch. And then the bryopsis was gone. So, but if I hadn't been looking at it really, because I thought it was all growing up the back of the rock. And I had been reaching in there with tweezers and twirling them like you would with spaghetti and trying to yank it out. I went in there with some gloves on with my hands to try and get it, could not get it out. And then when I looked at it really closely, I saw that it was attached to a branch. And sure enough, the whole clump came right out, and now it's gone. I think I looked at it for like 6 weeks or 2 months, and it was frustrating me.
I think Paul Williams, Reef Community Worldwide, is battling like bryopsis, and he said he put some Fluco in, and that thing started going white. I'm not sure, but I think Producer Reef is also battling bryopsis, and he put Fluco in, and it just. I was just trying to throw everything at it. I threw, what's that thing, red slime remover. I just started throwing everything at it, and nothing worked. Got some snails. That worked. Started working.
Sea urchins.
You know what? I'm actually gonna go to you know what? I don't know if will they irritate the NEMs?
No.
I
all right.
I'll
get.
No, they should be good.
Yep.
Really, sea urchins. The biggest test I ever had with those is my clam tank that I used to have a long time ago. I always battled a lot of algae because I even used tap water and I didn't even use RODI because I wanted it high nutrients. And I literally put long spine sea urchins in there, and I kept mostly LPS and clams. And I had long spine sea urchins 6-8 inches around, and they climb over the bubble corals, all the Leslophilias, Trachophilias. They climb over the top of the clams. Even the clams crushed a couple of them a couple times and never hurt anything.
Oh, all right. I'm looking at her nano reefs, and I'm amazed that she got. So I have this one species of nem and every time I've tried to put other nems in the tank, they never do well. So I don't know how. I'm amazed that. By the way, I'm looking at her Instagram, and it looks like she has like an entire like setup in her bedroom where she just has like, that's amazing.
I think it might actually be like her living room. There's at least 3 or 4 tanks in there.
Yeah, it looks like she doesn't have a TV and she just has bookcases around the perimeter, and they're all different themes of nano. I mean, I know this is amazing. I don't know if people can see that. That is amazing. But her nem tank, she has like so many different nems, and every time I've tried with like Black Widow or green bubble tip nems, they've never done well together.
Well, one thing I like about her channel her account as well is she does a really good job captioning what she's doing. And I do admire beautiful pictures of coral. I do. But I unsubscribe after a while if they don't tell me what it is, because I want to know what it is if it's something I don't know. And you know what I mean? Like, I want to know. I'm curious. What if I want to get it? How do I know? Do I have to ask? Like, all this goes through my mind. So yeah, I mean, unless somebody like ReefGrrl, who, I mean, his stuff is so gorgeous, you can just look at the whole tank and whatever. But yeah, it's she does a really good job captioning what she's doing. So she will say where she got certain things and all of that kind of stuff. Oh, good night, Johnny.
That's
Johnny
nice.
Martinez. Thanks for coming by.
Hey, Alex. I had a quick question back on the urchins, if you guys will bear with me for a second.
That happens to me all the time on Insta.
The long spine, is that the diadema? Is that the same thing?
Same thing as what?
the diadema, I think it's called, urchin. I might be saying that wrong. Is that the long spine urchin? Is that the same?
The one with the little red eyes?
I think so.
I'm Googling. Yeah, they're more or less in that same species. I mean, there's one that's got all black spines, and then there's one that's got black with some gray or banded ones. Usually when I get the long spines, I always ask the LFS to get me small ones, because they will grow very, very quickly. But if you have heavy algae problems, there is nothing else out there that will eat algae like those.
What about the tuxedo urchin? I'm sorry. Sorry, Chase.
Oh, no, it's okay. Sorry, yo. I'll just ask the second part of the question, and then those long spines, have you seen issues with like fish loss with those? I don't know if it would be just from fish injuring themselves, or is there no association there?
I wouldn't put association, because they usually will steer clear of them a bit, and they don't even really scavenge dead fish or anything much. They're strict algae eaters.
Okay.
I mean, I will say this: their long spines are not the best defense in the world, because when mine got too big and I moved them over to my big fish tank, they ate them. So
Oh.
they just chomped those spines down slowly till they got down to the urchin, and then they cracked it open.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was an interesting thing to watch. I think I had one video with it, which every now and then my dog face pupper would have a spine sticking out of his mouth for a day or two. And I'm like, well, I know what you were doing now. But yeah, I use long spines, and then also the pincushion urchins. You can get those pretty easily. There's usually kind of white with pink and all pink varieties. They do well too, but you do have to accept they're going to knock stuff over. I've never really seen those species of urchins eat coral. The ones I have are, if you get aquacultured live rock boring urchins, they will eat. They definitely will eat your coral. Because I caught a couple of them at night doing that. So they got banished to the big fish tank and eaten.
Oh, what were you gonna say? Because I haven't had much luck with the tuxedos in terms of longevity.
Yeah, the tuxedos, they do all right, but I've tend to see them do, like, they like to eat the coralline a lot, and sometimes they only. I've never kept one ultra long term, but the pin cushions and long spines, and then the other ones, the Halloween urchins, those have always done really well for me. I will say this: the Halloween urchin I had, I might actually try to get it back at some point, because my LFS still has it. That urchin, even though it had short spines, for whatever reason, the big fish would not eat it. There was something about it; they wouldn't eat it. They ate every other urchin, but they wouldn't eat that one.
What about the pencil urchin? They look fascinating.
They will potentially eat your coral. They're great algae eaters, but they will potentially munch your coral.
Yeah, my LFS told me that.
Yeah. Well, my tuxedo is doing really well, clearing out areas of the rock, and he decorates himself with all the loose algae that's sitting around on the bottom, clumps of turf algae and bubble algae. And I see him on the glass quite often as well. So it cruises the tank everywhere. And I got that thing probably, I want to say, beginning of September, because my fish event happened August the 8th, and it only took about 2 weeks before the entire tank was covered with algae. And I waited another week or 10 days before I did anything, and then I got the tuxedo urchin. He's doing a good job, so I'm hoping he doesn't run out of food. And I understand if you put nori on a rock, you end up having to feed them every day. So
you could put it on the lettuce clip; they'll come up and they'll take it that way too.
Oh, really? Okay, then that's what I'll do. Yeah.
Okay, so my LFS only ever has like maybe the tuxedo, or so you're out of the tuxedo and the pincushion, you take the pincushion.
If you are trying to deal with a serious algae problem, I would tell them I want long spines, small long spine sea urchins, and then pincushion would be my next choice.
They're so cool. The black long spine, they're really cool. Oh,
I'll say this: they are fascinating to watch because they will wiggle their spines around and stuff certain ways if things try to bother them or annoy them. If you have Bangui cardinals, Bangui cardinals will actually hang out in their spines. I've seen that behavior before in one of my teams. If they weren't hanging out in a sea anemone, which always scared me, but I've seen them hang out in long spines too.
Wow.
Okay. I've never had algae issues. It's just in this one tank, maybe because I don't have algae eaters. But I think I'll probably do the pincushion, and then I can move him to the main tank. You said the pincushion grazes on coralline, right?
Yeah, they'll all pretty much all urchins. If they finish up with the other algae, they'll move on to turf. I mean that's the one nice thing about it. I mean, when you ever look at them on the glass, I mean, it is just a methodical mouth that just does a circular, and it never stops. They eat 24/7, 365.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna get pincushion, and probably when he's finished, then I'll move him to the main tank where there is a ton of coralline algae. Like I think on the left side of my tank, I think I have the trident, so I can't get the algae scraper. And the other day, I tried to scrape it, and I think I went through 2 blades before I just gave up and said, I'll just leave it. So if they want to have a go at it, like, I don't know.
So, you know, I pulled them out in my reef more because the algae is more or less gone, but at the time, because, and this is again another reason I'm going to drill my rocks and have long frag plugs, is that if you have a coral plug that's glued on the rock, when they're going, they'll just pop it right off.
If it's glued on?
Oh yeah, they'll pop those off. If it's not encrusting, they have enough force behind them, because you think of all those little suction cup feet, and they start pushing. They want to go someplace. It's not on purpose, but after a certain amount of pressure, they can knock loose stuff off.
Yeah.
Never seen an encrusted coral get knocked off, but I've had a couple frag plug discs where I'd cut the bottom and glue it on, and I'd find those on the bottom, and it was possibly them. Or somebody's carrying one around the tank, and then I'm like, well, I know you popped it off.
So the Halloween urchin Diacanthus is asking Trypnoistes gratilla. Is that the species you're talking about?
Hold on, let me Google.
Let me Google that for you.
Well, that's sometimes just because there's so many different species out there that can all. Hold on. This is going to be.
I'm saying it because there's a joke somewhere. There's actually a website called Let Me Google That For You. So people just, like if you anywhere you are, like on Reddit, and someone asks a silly question, they will just literally like give you a link, and it just takes you to a website that just types out the word you're doing and then brings up a search result for it. It's sort of to say like, hey, the time it took you to come to this forum and ask this question, you could have just Googled it yourself. So the website is called Let Me Google That For You.
That's funny.
And now that I'm like looking for this, it's like trying to find the picture of the right species. Hold on, let me flip the camera around. That's the one there. So it's got a mix of white and orange spines, and then.
Wow, that's cool.
So.
Oh, so Diacanthus says that the common name Halloween urchin gets used for 3 different species at his LFS.
Yeah, that is one problem. Hopefully that was enough for you, Diacanthus, to see that. Otherwise, I could probably dig up some pictures. So, yeah,
So,
they are one of the more underutilized things, I think, sometimes, because they can push stuff around.
yeah, it's one of those try to solve a problem and end up with a different problem. So the question becomes, which problem can you live with more readily, I guess?
And well, the same thing too with those is that you don't want to add a whole bunch of them at once. When I was facing my bad algae problems, I'd add like a few and give it a few weeks, and then if it was still not going good, I'd add a couple more until I finally started seeing the balance kind of tip.
Yeah. Well, I only put one in because, quite honestly, I didn't want it to run out of food before I was able to rehome it and move it to the new tank. And I'm sincerely hoping that there would be enough algae to last that long, because where the algae is now is open areas where I'm not planning to put any coral. Like I can't get any more coral right now. It would be a bad idea. So far it's working well, because there are some areas that are still pretty heavily covered, but for the most part the rock is bare. So between the yellow tang and the blenny and the urchin, yeah.
Well, if I drop off, I'm down to 5% battery. So.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, Broke Reef Man is wondering if anybody has any horror stories using Vibrant. He's been using it for 3 weeks, dosing every week. Notice nothing changing algae-wise. Everything still looks good. I've never used it. You've used it, haven't you? Oh,
I have not, but I have friends that have used it, and just from them using it and from the BRS videos, I think it's one of those things where you have to follow the instructions. And I think that BRS video to get rid of the golden algae took 7 weeks. And this is, I think, where the horror story comes in. I know, or I've heard from reliable sources that Vibrant also has some kind of carbon dosing in it. So that's why I think when people don't follow the instructions, and when you don't follow the instructions and you don't see something happening after a couple of weeks and you try to accelerate or use more, that's when I think you run into issues. But from what I've seen, you just go follow the path, stick with it, and it's not a quick fix for anything. It's not gonna be. So I think the question was, he hasn't seen anything in 2 weeks. That's not enough time. I think you have to stay the course. Yeah. I know Brightwell makes very similar product. I can't remember the name, if it's Razor, but it's the exact same bacteria without the carbon dosing in it, and it's a lot cheaper. So I think it's Razor, but I just Googled Razor, and it's not. I don't think it's Razor, but Brightwell actually has a very similar product to Vibrant that's a lot cheaper and doesn't have the carbon dosing. So Vibrant, it kills the bacteria, but it also has some carbon dosing in it that helps you reduce the nutrients over time. So it definitely works.
Doesn't Billy Pipes, didn't he regularly maintenance dose Vibrant on his tanks?
You know what? I don't remember.
I think he would. Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not, but I thought in one of his videos where he was talking about, because he was always talking about how his sand's so clean in his videos, and I think that was one of the things he talked about, but that was a few years ago.
You know what? He had a video a year ago about Vibrant aquarium cleaner. So, yeah, I'll have to look for that. But I will say, love Billy. Billy is OCD. So you're an I clean version of a clean reef and Billy version of a clean reef might be two different things, because he is a meticulous person. Like, I've never seen anyone's basement organized. Like, screws are organized by size in jars. And I went and I moved the jar, and he came down. He's like, "You touched that, didn't you? Because it's not in line." So his version of clean is different than everyone else is.
I remember when I first was setting up my tank and I was going through my really bad algae phase, and I remember he was on a live stream. He's like, Alex, I don't know how you can look at that and not be freaked out, because I'm freaking out right now just looking at that. And I'm like, I don't even test anything, right? How do you not do that? If you tested twice, like, it'll be fine in a few months.
Yes. He is. Yep. He's had his screws organized by size. He drilled the covers to the ceiling and then screwed the lids in. And I removed one. But he had the labels. He had it labeled, and he knew how to screw it in. So the label ended up at the front perfectly. I'm like, Billy, how did you do that? And I tried to unscrew it. And he's like, oh, you're messing up my system. Like, let me do it. And he did it, and he knew how to put it in and turn it. So it was tight, and it ended. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. My dad used to do that with jam jars. My dad worked in a steel factory. He operated a shear, and he was also the guy that unloaded everything. And he used to bring home, with the permission of the owner, because otherwise they'd have to pay to get rid of it. This was in the 60s and 70s. He used to bring home the pallets, and he would take those things apart one board at a time, because it was, in those days, it was like oak and like other hardwoods that, like, nowadays there's none of that anymore, but it used to be mahogany and oak hardwoods that these pallets were made of. So he'd pull all the nails, he would hammer them straight, and he stored all of this stuff in jam jars, and he would pile all the wood up. It was unbelievable. And he used that wood. He made stuff out of it. So yeah, Mr. Organized. Chili Will's Reef.
I saw someone said he saw stories on Instagram of vibrant killing corals or fish. One thing I've learned as I've gotten more experience, and those of you that have been doing it longer, sometimes you see things happen.
Bye, Alex. Thank you. Thanks for coming by.
Alex is, Hey, Alex.
Yeah, I'm going to drop off. You guys have a good night.
Right.
I'll text you.
Good night, brother.
All right. When something dies, we attribute it, like something will die and you'll see the cleanup crew eating it. So we'll just assume that the fish ate it when the cleanup crew is doing their job. So I think something is, maybe a tank wasn't going well. Yeah. Oh, well, Reef Keeper is saying vibrant doesn't contain enough vinegar to be considered carbon dosing. So, but I've seen people, I have Paul Williams, I think, is doing vibrant now, or doing the Brightwell one. I know a few other people that have used it, and it's just not something that takes care of the algae over the course of a week or two. It takes 8, 9 weeks, 7 to 9 weeks, which is what they recommend and is what BRS did. Yeah, and it works.
And here's how I look at it. What it's doing is restoring a type of balance. And we know that in these reef tanks, balance matters. And balance isn't quick. You can't quickly get things back in balance, because the imbalance develops usually over time. So when things get out of whack, you could probably put your finger right on the first thing that happened to start that imbalance ball rolling. At least that's what happens to me. I remember a day that I overfed. And ever since that, you know what I mean? So to change things back to the proper balance is going to take time. So when these products, what they're doing is giving you a bacteria that's meant to address that particular imbalance. So that's why I think you have to follow the instructions to the letter, because that's how the product was developed. That's what it was developed for. And if you don't follow the instructions, then you're doing it to yourself because, you're causing your own problems, because they're developed for a certain reason to be used in a certain way. And then, like you said, you see these stories on Insta and whatever about problems. Well, without digging into it to find out whether that person did follow the instructions or they skipped a day, so the next day they gave a double dose, you just don't know. So it's why I try to avoid using chemicals. Sometimes I give in, but as much as possible, I just kind of try and let it find its own balance again by taking care of the water, you know? I don't know.
To be honest, that used to be me. I think a year or two ago, that probably would have been me, like complaining that it's not working after 2 weeks. And then
So
I
then
would
you
do
put
exactly what you just described, where I would double dose. I'd say, hey, let me accelerate this process.
Yeah.
and then that doesn't work. So then you start using like hydrogen peroxide, or you start
Mhm.
putting ChemiClean, or you start dosing microbacter, like bacterial. Yeah, you get in like a spiral doing that
Yeah.
stuff.
And then mix that in with the fact that I was always changing equipment. So at the end of the day, when, so during that 6-week process that you just described, Chase, imagine if I also switch like a pump and a light. So you can imagine sometimes at the end of like 6 months, I would look back and you could not get back to figure out what went wrong, because during that 2-month period, I'd probably change a light. I'd probably
Yeah.
change a skimmer, probably change a pump, probably change methods, and probably change salt. So there would probably be a bunch of other things going on. So at the end of like a 2-month period when things aren't going well, who could I blame it on?
Yeah. I will say I do, back to the Vibrant thing, I do use Vibrant on my nano tank. I have a 20-gallon innovative marine, like clownfish and an anemone tank. And I do dose Vibrant weekly on that, kind of regardless of what's going on in the tank. But I do about 5 mils every week.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't seen any problems with the stuff in there.
And you see, that's the other thing. That's consistent. And as soon as you're consistent with something, you're not going to get things out of balance, because you're consistent, and your whatever biological processes are going on are both relying on that consistency and benefiting it from it. So, it's not going to cause a problem.
Mm.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Diacanthus said, can't say I've used Vibrant or Razor or Sinucide, but I did like Live Rock Enhance. Really made Pocani look fully porous again. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Without in a system without Coraline, yeah.
That's actually another product I use. I use Live Rock Enhance on my main system. It's like a powdered bacteria that you reconstitute in water, in tank water. And then I'll turn off the UV in the skimmer for a few hours and add that every 2 or 3 weeks. I really do like that product as well.
Interesting.
I think some of these are very similar. Like I think Microbacter. I don't know which one worked. I've never used Live Rock Enhance, but I remember, the best tank I've ever had was Zeovid. And I didn't know what a lot of that bacteria stuff does. You were just basically like playing mad scientist with the blue bottles. But I think it can work. So I have Microbacter 7, and I dose like maintenance dose every couple of weeks. Not on any set schedule. I just, I don't think it hurts, but I think it is helping. I don't have any proof, but I think it is helping.
Yeah,
so I
totally.
Just dose it.
It's one of those things where when you have to make the decision, you could run into trouble. But if you follow a program like the Zeovit, as long as you follow the program, you don't have to make the decisions, other than when you send away your test and you have to make adjustments. I get that. But essentially, the program is there for you to follow and have success. And when you try to start tweaking it,
that's when you run into issues.
Yeah. That's a good
or
point.
The great thing about Zeovid is they have, great thing or not great thing, depending on how you look at it, but they have set fixes for everything. Mm-hmm. Even when you go to zeovid.com, to their forums, they will ask you a bunch of questions. And it's not, like here we'll discuss different things about which product we like. Zeovid, I think it might be expensive, but there's less room for that. You go, you say, here's my tank, here's what I'm doing, and as long as you're honest, they will tell you, hey, reduce this, do this, and it should take about 6 to 8 weeks. And most of the times, from what I've seen, they're right, because they're assuming that you're following the system. You know, I change my rocks about every 2 to 4 months, and they will be like, what does that mean? Like, there's no that's too much of a variance. Like, you either change it every 2 months or every 4 months, or you tell us it's in between. Like, that is too much of a variance to. So they will, if you have cyano while you're doing zeolite, they will tell you. If you give them pictures of your corals that are faded, they can recommend something to fix it. So there are specific, and it's not cheap. I just have to stress that it is not cheap at all, but they have if you have cyano, if you have whatever kind of pest you have, they have recommendations to fix it. My issue was, it was just so many bottles, so many different things.
Yeah.
But
they all look the same, and you have to read every one.
Yeah. I traveled when I first started traveling for work, or I think I went on vacation, but I had my wife dose the blue bottles. And when I came back, tank wasn't looking great. I'm like, babes, what happened? And she's like, I dosed the blue bottles like you said. I turned and I look at the windowsill where I kept everything. And then, like, my stomach fell, because then I realized everything in zeolite comes in blue bottles. So when I told her to dose the blue bottles, I didn't specify which blue bottles. So it maybe wasn't the right blue bottle. No. So that's when I was like, oh, you know, you had sponge power. Everything comes in like little dropper bottles. So I maybe had 8 dropper bottles, and she was maybe only supposed to do 2. So I kind of think my stomach fell. I was like, oh, crap. I'm in trouble, aren't I? And that's when I said, yeah, I can't. Because I think at the time, just having 8 dosing heads dosing zeolite stuff was just not a good way to, you know. Yeah, so.
I'm seeing some in the chat here discussing, oh, hey, Jess Moses, discussing reef bugs. Mermaid's Reef. Hi, Mermaid's Reef. I don't think I said hi to you yet tonight. Wondering if Reef Enhance is the same as Reef Bugs. I've used Live Rock Enhance and it worked great. And then Diacanthus says microbes and enzymes. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, maybe he's talking about something else. Phil said it's the same as Reef Bugs. I talked to Tulio about that. Okay, I have Reef Bugs. I understood it was a coral food. Take that out of context. I have Reef Bugs. The stuff that I'm talking about comes in a little box, and you mix it up with water to a certain ratio, and then you dose it to the tank twice a week. I was giving it twice a week at a half dose, because I never do anything at a full dose to start. And then I found Benareef, and I started using that instead of Reef Bugs. But am I thinking of the same thing that you guys are talking about? This Reef Bugs, the box is really colorful. It's got like handwritten stuff all around on the outside. It's like a little cube that's about maybe 3-4 inches square, and inside is a plastic bag, and you keep it refrigerated once you open it.
I think Diacanthus' latest comment, he says Live Rock Enhance is the bacteria, and then Reef Enhance is dried encysted microplankton. So it's 2 different things. There's Live Rock Enhance, and then there's Reef Enhance, which is really confusing in terms of the naming.
Okay. Pods like crazy. Oh, well, I still have the Reef Bugs. I may have to pull those out of wherever they are. Diacanthus. The most tank sitter friendly system. Yep. Oh yeah, Phil had the box in the fridge for the longest time. LOL. Okay, well then. So Reef Bugs will not only feed the corals that can take it up, it's also good for the rocks if it's the same as Enhance.
Oh, okay.
All right, then. Made my pod population explode. That may explain why I used to have regular hatches of rotifers. I mean, the glass would be just covered with what looked like white dust. And I used to leave them there because I'd be thinking, oh, well, like they got to reproduce and they're eating the algae, blah, blah, blah. And then I realized, no, I should scrape them off the glass so that I can get them in the water column so that the corals and fish and micro creatures could consume them. So I'm going to have to seriously look at that. See, there you go. This whole stream was worthwhile because of that.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see. You know what I have? You know what? I'm actually not going to buy anything else. I just made a couple months ago. I made my own fish food, and I think I bought every kind of planktonic food on the market. So I might try all of those before I go and buy anything else. So when I made my frozen food, I put reef chili. I put acro power. I put a bunch of aminos. I put what's the other one that's very popular? That Billy used to use.
ReefGrrl.
ReefGrrl. I put all of that in it. So I think I might just try some of that before I go out and buy anything new. I put sponge power from Zeovid in it because I had some. So I'll just.
I used to make what I called my slurry out of all of those things, little tiny bits of a whole bunch of different things. And
I went on Amazon and got 100 sheets of nori, and I used 50, and I chopped them up my wife chopped it up into like really small pieces, and I added that in, and then I got a food processor, put everything together, made flat pack bags, and I went to BRS. I got their freeze-dried mysis, freeze-dried calanus, got everything. Everything I had, I literally poured it in it and froze it, and so now when I'm feeding, I just feed. Every time I give it to someone, they say that polyps come out when they feed because it's a mixture of everything. So I put Selcon, garlic. Everything I had, I just went on my shelf, and everything I had related to fish food, I just dumped it in it.
So, if you put aminos and things like that, can that stuff be frozen and then still be viable?
Don't know. I still dose acro power on a dosing pump, but at the time, I think maybe because I had won a gift card, I just had a whole bunch of aminos that probably weren't going to last the time on the shelf. So I don't think so. But it was gonna probably expire on my shelf anyway. So why not try?
I don't necessarily know why aminos couldn't be frozen, just based on how you can freeze other food products. But anyway, I'm not sure about that.
Probably won't be as efficient or as viable, but I think to have one, feed once and you're feeding everything in the tank, I think it works. And my nutrient levels you would think my nutrient levels would be through the roof, but it's not. But I think that's a clarity thing anyway. So I just break off like a 1 square inch piece and drop it in, and everything feeds from it.
Nice.
Turn the pumps off for about 20 minutes and everything gets what it needs, and then life goes on.
Producer Reef has an interesting point, and I kind of agree. When you think about all the issues people have been having recently with everything, especially diatoms and stuff like that, dinos, too much bacteria is causing all these issues lately, too much of one strain versus the balance of the strains. And that's the thing that's hard to find out. It's hard to find out which particular strain of bacteria you're dealing with in which particular product.
I think that goes kind of more to the theme we kind of keep coming back to this stream, which is like, it's not so much necessarily just the bacteria. It's just there's so much information out there and so many different options you have of things you can do and add and change. And you just got to be careful with how many and how often and how crazy you're getting with all that stuff, because again, those reactions that you're doing are going to generate a lot of problems and a lot of issues more than what you're perceiving as your initial problem. I think that it kind of goes back to that same theme. You could say it about bacteria. You could say it about, pretty much anything else, anything you're dosing in your tank. So,
yeah, true.
I think every time I've had dinos and I tested, it was always zero nutrients, so like low or very or zero. So I think that might be like something common that I've discovered. But I can agree that I think I agree with that we're just doing we've come a long way, because remember when zero nitrates and phosphates was a thing? Like, look how many people now actually have zero nitrates and phosphates because our filtration is better. So I think to some instance we might be overdoing it.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand the concept of stripping everything out of the water and then adding it back in, except that you can control it better that way. But why not try and control it via input instead of, you know what I mean? That makes more sense to me.
Sometimes I think I talk to ReefGrrl a lot, and that's his, whenever someone says they have low nitrates and phosphates or zero, I think we just feed more, because then everything down the food chain benefits instead of you adding. But I think some people, maybe your filtration is just so, but I'm a big believer in, for instance, I have a Pax Bellum and I'm probably going to remove it. I think I'm a big believer in maybe when a tank is new and before everything is stable, maybe you need more filtration. And then as the tank matures and it starts growing and those things starts absorbing stuff, you might be able to like get away with, you might be able to take filtration off. So I'm at the point where maybe just water change, a Clarice and a skimmer is enough to like just maintain stuff. I can take the Pax Bellum off.
Well, and here's the thing. How many reef keepers do you know who have tanks that are older and constantly running, older than 3 years? Not many.
Yeah.
A few here and there. And I'm not talking about well-known people on YouTube or whatever. I'm talking about your average hobbyist that you might meet at your reef club. People are constantly putting a tank up, taking it down, putting it up, like going bigger, taking it down, going bigger, changing. I wanted to run my Red Sea tank forever. That was going to be it. But then we had the opportunity to move. So that was my chance to get another tank. This tank is going to be it for sure. And if I can get it past 3 years, I want it to go on as long as I'm physically capable of keeping a reef tank. But not, and you don't see huge colonies of things. And, because in this hobby, what makes a lot of money for companies is when people change stuff. When they upgrade tanks, when they go to the next best thing. And in spite of the fact you're supposed to be patient, most of us don't have that to allow a tank to actually mature.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. I think you'll find I think a lot of people drop after a year. I think you find a lot of people in that 1 to 3 year. And then I think once you make it past that 3-4 year, then then you're probably going to have the tank long. I agree with Phil. I think Greg says the same thing. Like, people drop out, for different reasons, equipment failure. I can tell you just here in the Northeast that in New York City, the best time to find deals is fall, like end of summer, because people have tanks. And in the winter, our LFSs are booming. Like, you have a lot of business. Like, going into Thanksgiving is some of the busiest times because everyone wants to fix up their tank. It's the winter. We spend a lot of times indoors. I think the pandemic has been a boom for the hobby in some areas. But then summer comes in New York City and everyone wants to be outside and we neglect the tanks. And then when it's time to be inside again, we realize like, oh, this thing, ton of algae, the fish have died, and I don't want to do it anymore because it's going into fall and maybe you don't want to spend the money. So those are the best time to get some deals, when people are giving away or selling tanks in fall. But
Mhm.
I believe those numbers that you just posted, like 80 or 90%, a lot of people fall off in that first
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
Um,
I think it's because they're often given the idea that it's easy. And I'm not saying it isn't easy. I'm saying it's a lot of work. I don't think
mhm.
people understand the sheer amount of work, attention, maintenance, constant research that it requires. And you have to love that to stay on in it. You can't expect to set something up and it'll run itself, because that
And
doesn't happen.
remember, like reefers are like you have a lot of people who just keep so freshwater is a huge hobby. Then
Yep.
saltwater fish tanks is also way bigger than reefing. Remember, us reefers are like a really small percentage of like
Yeah.
there's a entire hobby of like people who keep saltwater fish that don't
Yep.
keep a reef tank. So we are like the small, like we do spend a lot of money because we spend a lot of money on like equipment,
Yeah.
but
Mhm.
reefers are like a tiny percent
Yeah.
of. Yep.
What's going in
I
aquariums? Yeah.
I we've we wanted a pet, and we decided like, hey, let's get a reef tank instead of a dog. Should have got a dog. I would have had way more
Yeah.
money in my pocket.
Yeah.
That's how
Yeah.
I got into reefing. We wanted a pet for the kids, and we
Yeah.
were like, let's do. We did a freshwater tank, and we were like, yeah. We went to the store. My wife wanted a saltwater tank, and I thought it was hard. So we had a freshwater tank. And once we went to the fish store and saw the saltwater fish and how colorful they were, it's almost
Mhm.
like the freshwater tank. We couldn't wait to get rid of it. So I just let it fail and just turned it into a saltwater tank.
Yeah. I was the very first time it caught my attention was at a restaurant we used to go to down on the lake, and the upstairs dining room had a really big room divider tank that was probably 7 or 8 feet long, 4 feet tall, and about 2 or 3 feet front to back. So it was huge. And I always wanted to get this table right beside this thing. And what really caught my attention was the flame hawkfish, because there was one in there among a bunch of other fish. I think it was a fish only tank. I don't think it was a reef. And that fish it's perched on a rock and it looked at me. And you know how they move their eyes around and they follow you, like, and I was amazed. And I spent probably a week trying to figure out what this was, because this was in the 80s. So pre cell phone, like pre smartphone, whatever there was internet, but it was completely different.
Mm-hmm.
And so I finally learned what it was. It was a saltwater fish. And then I totally forgot about it until 2010, when friends of ours got a tank for their daughter for university because she wanted Nemo and Dory. And so they ended up with a little 30 gallon long that completely went to crap because they were given bad advice. They were given the wrong equipment, the wrong information. They were told it's easy. All you got to do is this. They had one of those floating hydrometer things to tell the salinity. Like, it was awful.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing was covered in a blanket of purple, and I thought it was really pretty. And then I found out what it was. It was, of course, cyano. It was horrible. So I wanted to get something for the little tiny clownfish that was in there. It was like not even 2 inches long. I swear its growth was stunted because the salinity in there was like 1.038 or some ridiculous thing, because nobody knew what they were doing in this whole chain of people, ending with me, right? And that's when I started to learn about coral. And I said, I'm not getting an anemone because they move around. And I started learning about coral and got a frog spawn for this little clown, and gradually started to learn more and more and more. And so maybe I got lucky and I got into it because I was rescuing this neglected. It had no coral when I got it. It had one blue leg hermit and this tiny clownfish. And so I was probably a little bit unconventional in terms of how I got into it. But even then in 2010, like there wasn't a whole ton of stuff on YouTube, and there was a little bit, but it took probably 5 years for that to reach a point where it was useful.
Yeah. I remember going to the forums, but man, Reef Central at the time, I used to go there, but I hated it. They were so snot. It's almost like if you ask a question like that question's been advertised, that question's been answered like 10 times already due to search button. And
that happened to me. I hated that. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I remember, you know when I really started to hate Reef Central, and I'm using hate, I think about 5 or 6 years ago, when Marine Depot first offered the option for you to pay with, you know how every website you go to now, especially during the pandemic, you can pay for stuff over time with like Affirm. You're in Canada, but I know pretty much every US website pay over the course of a year with 0% interest. I remember when Marine Depot first put that on their website, like about 5 or 6 years ago. The comments in Reef Central went nuts. Like, and I think, and I was like, okay, like maybe I was ignoring it before, but this is like a really snotty community, like snarky community. Cause they were like, hey, like if you can't buy the equipment up front, then maybe you shouldn't be in the hobby. Like, why would anyone want to like pay for something? And I'm like, and I went in there and tried to battle, like, suppose it's outside of somebody's budget. Like some of us have budgets, and you like maybe you're saving for something and you could pay for it over time. Well, if you can't buy it, then don't get it. It's not for you then. And I mean, it was so, and it wasn't like one person saying it. This was the overall
tone
of the thread. And I said, this is not the place for me. So when I found I went to smaller communities. So when Reef to Reef, I found Reef to Reef, and it was a lot cleaner. It was run by like a pastor, and they kept it really clean. That's when I was like, Reef Central just basically, they were dead to me.
Yeah.
I got to find that thread and bookmark it, because it was terrible.
Yeah. I just found it really, what you spoke about with asking a question and being told to go and do the search. Well, I had done the search. The problem is when you find, when you get your results and you start reading the threads, there's 100 pages, and 99 of them are all of them arguing with each other and calling each other names or saying, yeah, I agree. There's like, how do you find that one tiny nugget of useful information? And it's a freaking simple question. Somebody just give me the 2 or 3 word answer that I need. Don't alienate me by forcing me to read through bull crap with just people arguing with each other. Like, that's what turned me right off. I hate bickering. Anyway.
The search was bad. It was hard. Like you actually said finding the thread, but the search was actually, one last thing about Reef Central. I went back a couple months ago. I think it was earlier this year or last year, and I was discussing. You know what? When I needed help with some equipment, they, like some manufacturers still, their only support was on Reef Central. So I went back to Reef Central, and I got into an argument with the mods, and I'm like, man, Reef Central sucks. I was being nasty, but at that point I've had it. I was like, it sucks. And they started to say, hey, you don't understand how this works. You don't work in the web. You don't know how servers. And I'm like, yeah, that's actually what I do. So and then I started like, if you're running this so-and-so and so, like blah, blah, blah. And I was like, so somebody's making money off of Reef Central and not investing in the forum, because hosting is, and all that stuff got deleted, of course. But I was surprised I wasn't banned, by the way, when I started like saying that stuff, because the guy was like, you don't understand hosting. I was like, yeah, I do that for a living. So here's,
Wow.
But Reef to Reef is much better, and I like it. And you can actually get help. And you don't get, and actually, you know what ended up happening is like Randy Holmes Farley and a few other guys who were known, like Randy Holmes Farley, who I think is for chemistry. And he's the one that came up with like soda ash and stuff he moved over to Reef
Yeah, he's
Reef
brilliant.
to Reef, yes.
Yeah.
And then a few, I think lighting by Dana Riddle is also over at Reef to Reef. So
Yeah.
when those guys
Yeah.
moved, it was time for me to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mermaid's Reef. I agree. It was just mean. And you know, what a way to turn people off. And it's a way to exclude people. Is being sort of like know it all but not sharing. And honestly, if I can come up with something I think people are going to benefit from, an idea or whatever, or even if they don't do the same thing, maybe just take one little thing from it, I'm going to put it out there, because it's this is how we all make this community. We we learn from each other, even in ways we don't expect, right? So yeah.
Randy Holmes Farley.
Hey Cindy,
Yeah.
I got to run for the evening, but it was so nice talking to both of you guys tonight.
All right.
Thanks for coming in, Chase. Great to see your tank and how you're moving along with it. That's good.
Yeah,
Like
thank
it.
you. Yeah, I'm sure I'll see you in the future.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
All righty,
Stay
guys.
safe.
All right. I subscribe, so I'll be following along.
Oh, thanks so much, man.
Awesome. All right. Good night, Chase.
Good night.
Yeah, you know,
I'm gonna have to run soon. Not yet. Just
look at the time. I was just gonna say it's probably midnight. I guess I should go. It's 12:30. Wow.
It's 12. Yeah. Phil is like, I don't know if you want to put that guy.
This is good. When I started, there was no internet. Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Much better.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what about another site that I really do like? And Bob Fenner passed away recently, like this year, is Wet Web Media. And
it was just so, I loved Wet Web Media. It was just so hard.
It is hard. Yeah, I agree. You have to read. You do a search and a whole page comes up, and nowhere in that page is it indicated where your search result is. And a lot of times you don't have 6 hours to read all of that and the linked articles to get an answer to something that's happening right now in your tank. You know, but they're so good at answering questions, and the dialogue was always so respectful.
I think that website has so much information that's hidden. The way it's built, I don't know if it can be updated, but if you can ever get that into a newer CMS type thing, then that would be a great resource for people to access. Because I think, you know, I work in the web and search engines, and I think sometimes if I want to find something and someone has said it's on Wet Web Media, like I have to do like really weird Google searches in order to tell Google, like, I want to find the occurrence of this word only on Wet Web. So you have to kind of dig into Google to like even, so sometimes Google doesn't even know what's on Wet Web Media. It has great resources, just not, you know, organized well so you can find it.
Yeah, and it's not just that. It's very, it needs formatting that makes for easier reading, because even the font that they use, it's a Roman font, which makes the page look cluttered, and the lines are very close together, and I find it really difficult to follow through, and the text is all in big blocks. So it's not a matter of the information being a problem. It's just the environment that it's held in is really, really difficult to navigate. But it's a great resource. And what I used to do is print the stuff out, and then I could just go through and highlight where I needed and just read the part that I needed and throw away the other 40 pages, you know, essentially, because I find it hard to read on screens. You know,
have you ever seen like the articles on Wet Web Media, and sometimes they have some weird characters? Yeah, because I think someone is formatting the HTML, the web code, and sometimes they miss something. So if someone wants to take the time to like really like take some of those articles and put them, you know, in like a good format, a good CMS, that would be like a good resource.
Yeah. It would probably take years. I mean, I
Not
don't know if you could automate it in any way.
probably. Oh, you probably could. It still would be a significant effort, but you can automate it. You can
Oh,
definitely automate it.
this is interesting. Format can be confusing. I have the easiest time reading it on mobile and desktop view. I wonder if I should try that. Hmm.
Mhm.
Mermaid's Reef. I was only 15, so it was scary to have grown adults freak out if I asked a simple question. Like, sorry, I'm using the computer after school. I don't have 3 hours to read a 27-page thread. Yeah, there was no awareness of sort of the type of community that was starting to form, or the various types of people that were getting involved in the hobby. It was all, I guess it was assumed they were all the same as each other, when
Yep.
like we're really not. And yeah, anyway.
Now, I think reefing has grown to a lot of because I think it can be so easy now. So one of the things that's even changed is, remember, it was always bigger is better. And I think I was one of those people that just repeated it, like, hey, go bigger because it's more stable. But now I have a nano, and that thing gets ignored sometimes. And guess what? The good thing I love about it is you can just feel like a brute and do a full reset because it's a nano tank. So no matter what issue you're having, you do a big water change and parameters are back to perfect because you just did so if you have like a small nano tank, and as long as you don't have difficult corals in it, guess what? You can reset back to zero with just like a big water change, which is easy. So say BRS. I don't know if you're going to go to Diacantha's latest comment, but BRS is just doing good business. Like, I don't know anyone at BRS, but I'm thinking like they probably know that a certain percentage of people in the US buy from them anyway. So they're probably calculating and say, hey, if we keep people in the hobby longer, even if 25 of these % of these people end up buying from us, it's a net win for us because keeping, it's sort of like, other industries where they have industry associations where like everybody pours money into like just a like maybe association that oversees everything or tries to. BRS is sort of like that now, where they just like they create good information for everyone benefits, and they benefit on the back end because people stay in the hobby longer and buy from them.
I like the idea that they're actually investing in their business by putting out this content, because you and I both know, and everyone watching, it is not cheap for them to set up 9 tanks with all of the same equipment to do experiment. I see it as an investment in their business, but it's also an investment in the hobby. And we ultimately are the ones who benefit from the information and the content that they put out. And I really appreciate it because I can't think of another consistently good source for information. And yes, they're talking about the products they sell. And it might be good if they also tested products they don't sell, but I understand why they might not.
I do too, because then you run into, I can understand sometimes when they don't. But I will say that though, the thing about BRS is their own products that they make, they're good. Like you can't argue and say like their 2-part is just 2-part, but it's cheap and it's good. Their carbon is, so the stuff that they actually put their names on. And you can't ever, so I'm a Facebook fan. I'm not a big Facebook fan, but when you have someone who's knowledgeable and who's convicted in what they're doing, like they believe, it's really hard to stop. Like Ryan believes in like, this is my mission to make the reefing hobby better and easier for everyone. And he's devoting his entire company's resources to making that happen. It's really hard to like, really hard to go against that.
Yeah. And Diacanthus, I agree with you, because those kinds of mistakes are the kinds of things that can push people out of the hobby. So if they admit their mistakes and people understand that it isn't just them, that it can happen, it just helps make you realize that, okay, you make a mistake, you learn from it, you move on and stick with it.
And I think Ryan has credibility because he's not just someone who, he was actually a hobbyist first, and I wasn't in the hobby then, but I've heard from multiple people that he's the one that used to make Joe's MJ45 mods, back in the day when you needed to, I don't know if you heard about that, when, you used to use the MJ45 or the MJ pumps as like power heads.
Oh yeah, yes, yeah. And I love those pumps. I have a couple of them. I don't use them as power heads, but yeah.
Nowadays, when you buy a MaxiJet pump, you do get a bunch of like accessories in it. He's the first one that sort of did those mods. And then he did Reef Chili, which was the frozen food. And then he went to the dry food, and that's how, and then his thing was he took Randy's recipe, Randy Holmes Farley, like baking soda recipe, and made 2 parts. So that's how Bulk Reef Supply got started, because the first website for Bulk Reef Supply was called 2partsolution.com. So, he's not just some guy who's like fell into this. He was actually a hobbyist so he, in my mind, he has a lot of credibility because, he didn't just fall into like an opportunity to make money. He was actually a hobbyist first.
Right. Yeah, and he was an innovator from the sounds of it early on.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, Phil says he still has 2 MaxiJet mods from way back when they were the only thing in the game. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm still in it. And, you're talking about going big. Some nights I wake up and I go, I've got to be crazy. That this is I'm going to call my new tank Crazy Town.
Oh, you're...
I'm telling you.
How big is it again? How many gallons?
It is somewhere around, excuse me a second. The display is somewhere around 330. And it's going to depend on how much rock I have, of course, with displacement.
And if you don't mind me asking, how tall are you? Like, how are you going to maintenance this thing?
I'm 5'5", and I'm going to have a 42-inch tall stand and a 22-inch tall. So because I'm sick and tired of bending over to look into my tank, I want to look as straight in as possible. And I'm having the steel stand built with pull-out walkways around it.
Okay, I see.
And they'll be 13 or 14 inches off the floor, so I can step up. Like they'll pull out, lock into place, and then I can step up and move along and do whatever maintenance I need to do. The dimensions are...
We're tall, so we want when we sit for the tank to be comfortable. So we don't have, like, I'm 6'5", my wife is 5'10" or 5'11", so we don't have a problem reaching. So, but we want to, like, for it to be comfortable when we're sitting. So we'll probably end up with the same dimensions as you, but for different reasons.
Yeah, it's going to be 60 by 66. And I'm going to set it up as a peninsula. I originally wanted a
66.
Yep, 5 by 5.5 feet. I was going to have a 72-inch tank, but I'm in a 10-foot wide room here. So a 6-foot tank only leaves 2 feet on either side to move around and do stuff. It's not enough. So I'm going down to 5 feet, and I'm going to cheat it a little bit towards the window. It won't be right in the center of the room, so that on the window side, I'll have about probably 30 inches. And on the other side, I'll have about 40, 42 inches. And the room is 12 foot something from the back wall where the tank will be out to the doorway. So it will fill about, it's going to be a foot away from the wall. So it'll fill about 6.5 feet of that space. So I still have lots of room for a chair and, stuff like that.
This is amazing. Like 6 by wow. Wow. Okay.
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff to sort out yet. I'm having a coast-to-coast external overflow
Okay.
with two returns
Okay.
and a Euro brace top and bottom. It's just going to be
Mhm.
regular glass. It's not going to be low iron because I found problems with the low iron with scratching and hazing.
I'm gonna tell you. So I went. I'm not gonna say who, but I went when I was in California last year. I went and saw someone's tank, and was still in. They hadn't filled it with water yet. And when I saw the tank, I was like, "Man, this is cool." I saw the tank, and when I walked away, I was like, "Man, that's great. The glass is so clear." And he said, "Yeah, that's not low iron." I said,
Mhm.
"What?" He said, only when your tank is empty and you have nothing in it do people worry about whether it's clear glass or not. He said, when your
Mhm.
tank is filled with corals and it's booming, no one cares whether you have ultra low iron glass or not. No
Yeah.
one cares. So I'm telling you, I spent like 10 minutes swooning over the tank only to be disappointed that it wasn't low iron. And I was like, that's when I was like, oh, yeah. I felt like almost fooled because all the time when I kept seeing these Elos tanks and these Red Sea tanks, people keep telling me the Elos was like triple diamond Starfire. And I'm like, I felt so cheated after I saw that tank because I'm like, can it really mean nothing?
Well, low iron is probably clearer, but it's also marginally softer from what I've read. And it matters which side is in because it's floated on tin to create it. And the tin side is vulnerable to hazing and scratching. So the tin side should be out and the air side of the float should be in. And I saw this happen in Mollywood with dosing the can't even remember the name of the stuff now. The lanthanum chloride based stuff from Tropic Marin.
Mm-hmm.
I love that stuff, by the way. Illimifos Rapid, love that stuff. Mollywood started getting a haze on one end, and it was near where I would drop in 1 or 2 drops of this stuff because I did use it in Mollywood for a little while. And I started reading about like, what is this? And they say it can be a reaction between the tin side of low iron glass and the chemical, the lanthanum chloride.
Interesting. Wow.
And then when I sold the Red Sea tank and I emptied it, there were some very fine scratches across the front that you couldn't see when the tank was full, but when it was empty, you could. But you couldn't feel them. You could just see them. And all along the water line was a white haze. And it was the worst at the front where the water landed from the return, right, from the random flow nozzles. Well, I dosed calc right by the random flow nozzles. So the first place it would go would either be down the overflow or forward, depending on what was being drawn in where in the random flow. And the place in the middle where that water hit had the most haze. And apparently you can get some sort of a cesium powder that's used in jewelry making, a really, really fine stuff, and you can buff that out. But it's like hours and hours and hours, and you can do it with a buffer like a machine, but you shouldn't. It's too easy to lose control and cause a problem. Anyway, all that is to say that after having had 2 tanks with low iron, both have issues with the glass, I'm thinking, do I really want to spend 30% more on the glass and run into the same potential problem? It could be that what I read isn't conclusive or it's speculative or whatever, but I found just a couple of things that made me think, like if it is marginally softer, then that does kind of explain its vulnerability to etching and scratching. So, I'm going with regular glass. I'm going to save myself some money and we'll see what this is like.
If I am going to get a pre-built tank and it comes with low iron, then I'll take it. But as someone with kids, I've had, and I have friends, kids don't come over, and the first thing they reach for is that algae scraper.
Yeah.
And believe me, like that thing,
Yeah.
I have scratches. But that episode when I saw that tank, that really kind of changed my mind, because the tank didn't even have water yet, and I was, I was just going over the and so I think over a certain size, if you're like 6 feet or so, I think it makes a difference. But I think for the most part, I think there's other things that you could probably. I think if you have a fully mature tank with corals, I don't think anyone's going to come up to it and say, "Man, is this low iron glass?" Like, no.
Well, let's face it. I mean, most of us don't clean the glass every single day anyway. So we clean it for maintenance, or if you want to do a video, or if somebody's coming to look at the tank, or it's particularly nasty and you happen to have the time, so that one factor of how clear the glass is, how well you can see, maybe it's not worth spending all the extra money on, and especially if there are problems because of it,
Right. Reefing with that frozen concoction add lots of nutrients. You know what? I don't know. I have to say that I think a Clarisy, because everything goes through the Clarisy and removes everything, I think that probably has a lot to do with me not having high nutrients. Are you going to use a Clarisy on your new tank? Or are you going to stick with filter sock?
I won't have filter socks. I've never liked them. Let me tell you about my sump. People are probably bored of hearing about this by now. The sump will consist of 5 separate tanks. They're going to be stock tanks from Rubbermaid, so they're made out of HDPE. And where the pipes come down from the tank is going to land in a container of about 30 gallons, and that's where I'm going to have filter floss and filter pads. So that'll be the first point of contact. Then from there, it'll overflow into a shallow 4-foot by 3-foot 50-gallon that I'll probably have biomedia and rocks, and I'll probably set it up so that if I wanted to put a light over it, I could house frags or whatever. But there'll be a lot of turbulence in there because there'll be a lot of water coming through. Then that 50 will overflow into a 150, which will be my main sump chamber, if you like, which will be a refugium. I'm going to zone it with lights so that if I have a light in a certain place to grow macroalgae, it'll be at one end, because you can't put baffles in these things. They won't stick. There's nothing you can use to stick to this stuff, apparently. And I'll have a manifold set up in there, run on its own DCS 7000 pump with about 5 outlets for algae scrubber, UV sterilizer, maybe a carbon reactor, other stuff that comes along later, right? Then that 150 will overflow into a 100, which is probably where I'm going to have my skimmer, but I'm not 100% sure yet. And the 100 that flows into will be plumbed to another 100, and the 150 will also have a pipe going to that second 100, so that when I want to do a water change, I can isolate the first 100 and do my water change out of that chamber. That's why I'm not sure where my skimmer is going to go yet. It might just go in the 150 in an internal box to keep the water level constant. So the 2 100s side by side at the end, the last 100 will be what feeds the pump, or the 2 pumps, the external pumps, and that's where I'll put my ATO. So this whole system will start about 8 inches off the floor for the last 100, or maybe the last 2 100s, not sure yet. Then the 150 will be a little higher, then the 50 will be a little higher, and then the 30-gallon overflow section will be the highest. The whole idea is the 150 I want at a level that I'm not crawling around on the floor trying to do stuff when I have to work in there. because
Okay, I see.
that's why I want the basement sump. I don't want to be doing that anymore. So it's going to be gravity fed, from the overflow all the way down. And then, of course, the returns will push the water back up. So my plan is over the next little while, as soon as I get the tanks here, they're supposed to come in about a week. I'm going to set that whole thing up as a closed loop so that I can get it running within itself, get it cycled, move my reef over into it as soon as it's cycled, and try and get this thing up and running, because that's roughly what the build time is going to be for the tank. Once I make a decision and order it, it's around 6 weeks. So I don't have final drawings yet. So once I sign off on those, 6 weeks. So during that time, if I can get this sump running as a closed loop, when the tank comes, it gets installed, we make more water, we fill it up. In the meantime, I'll be creating the aquascape. I'm going to cure the rocks before I put them in the tank. Just make pieces, get them curing, and then put everything together, then plumb it together and hope it works.
Yep, I think it'll work.
So, there's a lot of unknowns, and that's just an overview. There's zillions of details. I do have a calcium reactor. I have Pat Murphy's old calcium reactor. I have a CO2 regulator. Don't have the bottle yet. I don't have the pH monitor that I need for that yet. So I have some pieces of it, but not everything. It's going to have its own feed pump, probably be peristaltic, because that seems to be the most consistent thing to use these days.
Yep.
So that's why I say I'm going to call it Crazy Town.
That's all right. Okay.
Oh, good night, Phil. Thanks for coming.
I think I have to run too.
Yeah, Nat King Reef. Did you hear what he said? We're looking at 5 a.m. No, we're not.
It's 1 a.m. Wow.
I know. I don't have the stamina for this, so I'll be sleeping late tomorrow. Well, you know what it's like. It's the adrenaline when you're done. You can't go right to sleep. It's hard. Anyway,
Coffee here. It was fun.
23 people watching, so thanks, Oral. It's been great having you here tonight.
All right, I'll be back next week, definitely.
Awesome.
All right.
Awesome.
Good
Hopefully
night,
I'll have some new news, and maybe you'll be ready to show us your tank next week and take us on a tour.
All right. Well, I did a little bit this week, so next week a more detailed tour.
You did. Yeah,
right.
For sure. Okay.
All right. Have a good night. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, O. Bye. So I guess I should finish this up because, 1 a.m., that's 2 hours beyond what I normally can handle. And you can probably tell that I'm having trouble talking because I'm so tired. So thanks, everybody, for coming. It was really good tonight. We had lots of interesting things going on. And I'm hoping, if it all works out, I'm hoping to have something a little special for you next week. And something very, very interesting and different. Still reef related. And so you'll have to check it out and see what we have. So good night, everybody. Everybody's saying good night. And I'll say good night to you. And take care of yourself. Keep yourself safe. And we'll see you next week.